Get ready for the party of the century.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey.
A cast of all kinds of celebrities here with us. Before we get started with all the people that are here, let's say hello and happy birthday to Andre. How you doing?
I'm excellent. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Tom, for organizing this, because I literally had no idea that this was happening up until like literally 15 minutes ago.
So this is a modern version of surprise. This is
Surprise!
Surprise, sir.
Well, I gotta say,
Indeed, I was very surprised.
We've got 7 very attractive people here, and only 2 of them have the courage to put themselves on camera. It's amazing.
Right?
I
look
camera.
like a hot mess right now. So
Some of your fans are kind of into that, Lorena, but that's not
I'm in here in pajama pants and mismatched socks. I don't even want to hear it.
No, my grandmom and mom taught me if your face is not beat to perfection, do not present it in public.
Well, hey, at least
Southern.
at least Andre's is a comic book version of himself. Mine is a good. It is my face, but obviously not my body, so it's a facsimile. And then you got the whitest man on YouTube, Script, who's plain faced. Well, he's got the beard. And then Undoomed, who has another plain face.
Undoomed is very plain. There is no features.
Absolutely,
that's the whole point.
Yeah,
No mystery.
And of course, Lorena Creole. I don't want to leave her out. And Mandy, of course, is here as well. And we also have Cameron Pasha to kick things off with us this afternoon, or evening, or morning, whatever it is, where you is. I know it's getting late for Andre where he's at, but no better time to party than when it's late, right?
So Andre, there's no excuse now. None of these 9 a.m. calls. Well, I have no other time. This is like a time I can do a call. 9 a.m. Los Angeles time is not a time. And now you're like, well, I'm not available. It looks like you're available right now. I don't know.
Well, we got to do the
Yeah,
morning
it's
show
Sunday,
so all your friends out there in LA can see you on the show and get pissed off.
Nobody on these watching, whatever.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the people at Lucasfilm, that's like a great start of their day whenever they see you show up in the morning show.
And speaking of LA, nobody is more LA than Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Robert.
So LA today.
What I admire about Robert Meyer Burnett, amongst his many professional accomplishments, is that he manages to come on these channels and not actually make more enemies and get canceled, unlike me. So there's a man I need to learn from.
Wait a minute, Pete. I like you too. Have you been canceled? Did you make more
I
enemies?
got kicked off of Twitter.
Really?
I believe it was orchestrated by Lucasfilm. I absolutely believe that.
I did not hear about this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we covered it a little bit in our recent video.
We covered it extensively in the Friday live show, which is available.
Right. But I haven't watched any
most recent video.
Right, I haven't watched any YouTube videos for a couple of days, so I totally missed that.
But yeah, they tried to get rid of him off of. Oh, go ahead, Cameron.
No, I'm just saying. Well, Robert has been very able to make very profound commentary about the craziness of our Hollywood industry without actually alienating and angering people at major production companies, which I have not been able to do.
Except the people who at Discovery.
And you ask me why I have no face.
Likewise.
Yeah, I mean I think that's an odd. It's a bizarre. By the way, it's Andre. It's your birthday.
Yes, it is.
Happy birthday, sir.
Well, thank you so much.
And I haven't had the balls to ask him how old he is.
I'm not going to ask him how old he is.
Exactly.
I'm at the age where I was always taught that life begins.
So
17?
50, 60, 70? No.
yeah.
49. 49 is a good starting point.
Yeah.
No way he's 49.
No way.
Yeah.
No, it's another good decade until we get there. So
Okay, so I knew you're close to my age. Yes.
You're actually
Right.
Tom. You're actually older than me.
I knew I was like 2. I was
Yeah.
right then. So I was like 2 years older than you. Yeah.
And I'm a year younger than Andre, so we can figure it out.
Well,
He's the middle child, so we beat on him senselessly.
but you know what I was going to say about the state of the industry. What the Hollywood has never had. They were always able to control the narrative. because as we call them the access media or what. I mean, I was a critic for a magazine in the 90s, and there was kind of an unspoken rule that if you were covering entertainment, you were doing so as a journalist. So you were expected to do not puff pieces necessarily, but you're there to promote and to comment on what's coming out. No one really ever commented on the business or the methodology of how people did things. Like if something was bad, you could say it was bad, like you could give it a bad review, but you wouldn't necessarily go after the powers that be at the studios. But they have no control over YouTube at all, as much as they would want to. And I guess, Cameron, you have now found yourself on the receiving end of it's amazing to me. The solution is just make better stuff.
Yeah, you won't get the criticism.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
Robert,
that
what
easy.
happened was
Easy.
you've seen me on Twitter. I have my opinions on politics, my opinion on religion, my opinions on the Middle East. They're not always popular, and I post pretty girls every now and then. Big deal. But I've been on for over a decade, and no problem. I got pulled, and I've remained suspended, and appears to be permanent suspension after I wrote several tweets criticizing Lucasfilm by calling them Lucasfilm and being straightforward about some of the bad choices I felt that Lucasfilm as a company has made, and literally right after that, boom, pulled.
How could you be suspended? How can you be suspended for criticizing a corporation? That's sick.
Well, that's what happens
Right?
when it happens in fascist societies, which I'm sure we're not.
That's the thing with Twitter, though. Twitter has never been clear about what the rules are.
Right.
And they keep saying, well, what are the rules so we know what they are? We'll get back to you on that. And they never do.
Yeah, I was banned for posting spam, allegedly. That's the email they sent me.
Spam?
Look, spam.
The variety of women you post
opinion.
would hardly be considered spam.
No, not at all.
Exactly.
Not even close
Did
to
you
pork products.
post anything about erection pills?
No. Not something that's in my general consciousness.
No, I don't think he has that problem, probably. I'm just assuming here, but let's get into some of these real quick that I can bring on the screen. Darrow. There you go. Says, happy birthday, Andre. Hail Midnight's Edge and Andre.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate that. We got a couple more here real quick I can bring up. We got Tiberius Monk says, happy birthday, Andre. Happy birthday, Andre. Happy birthday to Andre. Happy birthday to you. Hail, hail, Midnight's Edge. I'm sure he's doing the happy birthday, Andre. Happy birthday, Andre. Happy birthday, Andre. Happy birthday to you. And that is now public domain, so I don't have to pay nobody.
That's right. It's not copyrighted anymore. I wonder how much money that family made off that over a century of copyright.
Well, wasn't it through Warner?
I remember it was public domain up until the early 80s. Or no, I remember it was licensed up until the early 80s because Police Squad had shot a scene where they sang the song, and they were told they couldn't do it, so they had to dub it over with a new happy birthday song. But on the DVD, you can get the original one without any issues.
Yeah. Cisco Kid says, pleasant hatching day, Andre. Best of wishes to you. You know who else hatched today, Andre?
Yes, I believe it was Rick Moranis.
Well, not just Rick Moranis. That was one I was going to bring up, but also Superman.
Oh, wow.
Superman was launched on April, what is it, 18th?
But I think this was the day they actually created him, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it wasn't the publishing date, Action Comics 1938?
Yeah, I know the year. That sounds right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the year is 1938.
Yeah.
Well, according to the thing I retweeted this morning on Twitter, it's his 83rd birthday. So maybe it's his birthday.
Don't say retweet. You should putting that sword deeper into me.
I'm so sorry, Cameron. That is
something I can't see anymore. Whatever. Fine. Screw
and then Cesario JPN, who's always here listening, thank you so much, says, Bonsai, Bonsai, 10,000 years of long life, Andre. Thank you so much for that. And then it jumped on me.
Well, we can get a few more. Billy D just said for $50.
Holy cow!
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Andre. Or as Google Translate tells me, gratulerer med dagen. That is, Google is right, by the way. Thanks for inviting us to your party. And picture of me, which members can get. So yeah, thank you so much for that. Really, really
I
appreciate
want to
that.
see Andre in a remake of the 13th Warrior. I want to see you with your Arab sidekick fighting Neanderthals. I want to see it.
I would love for that to happen.
And our wonderful wrench, Mr. Tickle Trunk, says happy birthday as well, sir, with a Canadian $20. Thank you so much. And there is a couple people who weren't able to make it, and they want to say happy birthday. Retro Blasting, Michael from Retro Blasting says happy birthday, and so did Yellow Flash. And if I get any more throughout the show, I will let you know.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you so much, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Really, really appreciate that. Let's see if there's some others that I can bring up on the screen. Lord Trinan says for $20, thank you so much. Andre's birthday, a pleasant Sunday surprise. Here's some pleasant money to go with it. Hope you're having a great day, and hail to all of Midnight's Edge. Such a warm and wonderful community this is. Thank you all for making it. Thank you for being here and being part of it and helping making what it is. So I really, really appreciate that. And Stephen Otten said, happy birthday, here's to many more. Greetings, Tom, special guests, wrenches, and everyone in the chat. Indeed, thanks so much to everyone is here. And Stephanie Littlepage says, happy birthday, Andre, from Steph and Bob. Why, thank you. Really appreciate that. And Granwasu42 sent a €50 super sticker. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Miguel Hernandez says, there's a soccer game going on and a debate between young Ripa and Uche, but I'm here to wish Andre a happy birthday. Hail Midnight's Edge. Oh,
yeah, it's about gun control.
Oh, even worse.
Wow, I'd love to get in on that.
Oh, Lord.
Too much. It's too much, man. Even for me, I was like,
yeah, I'll hard pass on that. I love.
I like each of them individually. Together, it's like it's like nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Speaking of gun control, somebody we have to try and keep under control. Rob is here.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
How's it going? Happy birthday, boss man.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. I'm so glad to see you here.
Yes, I got my second Fauci ouchie, as they call it today. Does that mean I got both injections? Does that mean I get to turn into Captain America now? I mean,
yes.
everybody's being Captain America now. So
you're getting to get some Vita-Rays in there too.
Darn it. Darn, I knew there was something missing.
And then you turn around 3 times and say, Excelsior.
Excelsior.
Like your heels too.
No, that's if I want to go home. That's Wizard of Oz. Yeah, we're mixing genres up here, Lorena.
I just want to say,
I was being facetious.
I know. I just want to say though,
we can't tell because we can't see you in your lovely, non-perfect hair today.
I know. I feel bad about that. Okay.
I just want to say though, I love your shirt, Robert.
What does it say?
Oh,
yeah, the American International.
International Pictures. Yeah. It's one of those. I love my geeky T-shirts. I scour the web to find ones that I like, and they're few and far between, really. Although Last Exit to Nowhere usually has great ones.
I love Last Exit to Nowhere.
What are you holding up there, Tom?
I'm trying to
that's his
Freddy versus Jason.
Oh. Can't really see what it is.
Nice.
What does it say? Oh, Freddy versus Jason. Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I actually like that movie. I had fun with that.
Well, that's like a video game thing. Okay, gotcha.
I also had fun with that movie. The only thing, I can never watch it without lamenting the fact that Kane Hodder wasn't in it. That is something
that is the worst part.
Into that movie.
Yeah,
that's a freaking tragedy.
Did you all see when Freddy went to when Jason went to outer space? That was
of course.
That was fun. I like that movie.
Jason
he was like he got nanobots to resurrect him. I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that. I skipped that one.
You know what's funny?
Jason went
great fun with it.
What was that, Undoomed?
Sorry?
You said something.
Yeah, I just said Jason went Borg, basically.
I didn't. I didn't see it.
Rob doesn't watch those. You know what's funny is that was the first movie, and I think the statute of limitations has gone out on this. That was the first movie I remember downloading on the internet because it actually leaked online like a year before it came out.
Really?
And it was
Really?
yeah.
Because they sat on it for like a couple of years before it was.
So somebody
released.
just threw it online. Yeah.
Why the fuck do they sit on it?
Because
no one knows. New Line just sat on it for like almost a year and a half for some reason.
Yeah, because that was shot, I think, in '98.
I think they were embarrassed.
Probably
98 or '99.
Oh, I can understand.
Look, they I didn't like the new Friday the 13th remake, with a new story for.
Thank God,
I didn't
like it. I really
Right.
liked I really liked their effort to reboot at least the first one to reboot the Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw
with Jessica
Massacre.
Biel. The Jessica Biel one was actually pretty good. And then
I
the
liked
really
it.
crappy one with Alexander Daddario. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, it was Jessica Biel running around in that wife beater, and her boobs were bouncing the whole time. It was a good movie. Jessica Biel made that movie.
The second one, Alexander Daddario is stunning in that movie. She just walks around in this low crop, showing off her abs the whole movie, and it was still terrible.
I might have to watch it now.
Just those
That's the one with the escape.
First one.
Oh crap! I can't remember that one. I remember the Jessica Biel one. I don't remember Daddario.
The best part about Friday the 13th remake is that the kid from Transformers is playing the same character in Friday the 13th, and he gets killed.
Yeah, that's the best part. Like in my custom Blu-ray collection, I have like this Blu-ray set that I'm where like movie number 2 in the set is Friday the 13th, the Platinum version, because it's literally the same continuity. Because Megan Fox's ex-boyfriend,
that guy.
That's literally the same characters.
One that says you got amazing tits. Yeah,
he compliments on how perfect they are. Yeah,
by Jason Voorhees. How awesome is that?
And he's playing the same character, same name, and everything. Yeah.
So the way to see it is that. Trent, exactly. So basically, the way to see that movie is not as Friday the 13th remake, but it's the Transformers version of Jason Voorhees.
Transformers 1.5.
Well, I'm very glad for today for being invited on to today's lovely birthday, Tad. I wanted because you guys got to lift my spirits. I just had one of the, and I think Robert Meyer Burnett and Script Doctor will understand this. I just had one of those moments where I just before this I got off of a Zoom call where I basically told some producers, "You don't know what you're doing. I don't want to be involved in this. This is heading to disaster. Keep your money." It's one of those calls. You all need money, and for me to be pushed to that point of the call, and they're looking at me stone face when I'm telling you, you guys are out of your minds. I'm not going to do that, and I think we're kind of done, right?
Did they respond to you when you said that?
They said, well, they were really shocked because I was like, I just didn't hold back anymore because I've been wasting my time for a long time, and I finally just said, guys, this latest iteration you come back with, it doesn't work, and there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and you don't know what you're doing, and I can't be further involved in this. And they said, well, we'll get back to you in 24 hours. I said, go find somebody else over the next 24 hours.
So I'm probably going to get a call in a week.
I'm just like, as you all know, we all need to work, and it has to be really bad for me to actually go, okay, I'm done.
Well,
I gotta welcome Nick. Thank you for stopping in, Nick.
Hey, guys. Hey. Happy birthday, Andre. Good to see everybody. Funny you guys brought up something. I was listening in. You guys brought up the gun control thing. I just got back from firing off several magazines from my 300 blackout AR, so it was a good day. Smelling the black powder burn. Having some fun. So
I'm going to jump in the back, but first I'm going to introduce this other individual who's going to hop in here. One of our lovely toxic femmes, and this should make Cameron happy, Miss Mary B.
There she is.
Hey,
Mary.
Hi, guys. Andre, happy birthday.
Hey, Mary, sweetie. How you
Thank you for
doing?
being here.
Absolutely. Of course, I wouldn't miss this. Not for anything. You're amazing.
How you
Andre, we're so
doing?
lucky to have you. Dude, I want to die.
You've got 3 beautiful women on here. I'm happy now. That's officially the minimum.
Breaks the log jam, yeah.
My day is complete. I'm on a panel with Undoomed, so I'll be over here like squalling and muting, hitting the mute button.
Yeah, we're past that now.
Are we?
Oh,
Are we though? So, no, Andre, seriously, huge happy birthday, man. I owe you so much. You're just the best.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that as well. So to everyone who is here, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here. And we just had Paulie show up. Hey, Paulie.
Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba Rey David. Happy birthday, feliz cumpleaños, amigo. Woo!
Muchas gracias, amigo.
I got to thank Paulie for coming on my Midnight Metal stream the other night. That was delightful.
Oh,
Midnight Metal.
nice.
What is that?
It was so stupid. Like I had this standing Thursday night Zoom call with basically the horror filmmaker crowd. And we've been doing it. We used to go to a bar for years, and then we've been doing Zoom calls during COVID. And I was a little looped. So I went, it was midnight. I'm like, I'm going to go do a live stream just to see what happens.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just called it Midnight Metal because I love stupid names and things that you could. And people loved it. So are you going to do it again? And I keep doing it. And this weekend I did it Friday and Saturday night. And I just started randomly throwing out. I'm like, anybody who wants to come onto this live stream right now, I'm putting the link in the chat. Anybody can jump on. And I had no idea who was going to jump on, and Paulie jumped on.
Oh.
It was great. And last night I did the same thing. I just had random people. I'm like, here, and it was fun. Like everybody was cool. Everybody had something to say. It was.
Do you run it through StreamYards or?
It's Wirecast.
Okay.
So what I do is I send a link through. Wirecast has this thing called Rendezvous, and I just put out the link. It would be like a StreamYards link, and anybody, it's first come first serve. I can take 2 people at once if I wanted to, and I'm like, I didn't know.
Very Los Angeles, my friend. Very Los Angeles.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you, there you go. But I didn't know it was going to happen. I didn't know who was going to do it. It's been kind of fun. Like last night, a guy from Serbia jumped on, and he's a theater director, and we had a pretty good conversation, and it was a lot of fun. I'm going to do more of that. Like, people who are in the chat, like right now, they could randomly jump on, but they have to have I tell people you have to have a pretty decent, have a good microphone and at least lights. So
it was fun. It was wild, and the chat was wild, and they kept saying pink face, pink. Robert's going pink, and I was like, what are they talking about? Because I haven't had a drink in over 6 years, and I started looking at Robert and like, oh
yeah. I mean, my face gets pink and ruddy anyway, but yeah, I was drinking whiskey.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. I almost went to a 12-step meeting after that shit.
Well, I used to do this show when I first started my channel called Ripped with Rob, where I would just go on at night and get hammered. And I realized I can't, my health. I'm going to die soon, and I don't want to expedite that process.
I don't like it when you say that. You need to stop saying that.
I know. But
it really creeped me out when you first said that to me in an email. I was like,
yeah.
Do you have like a mortality shtick? Is that your obsession? Is like, are you one of those guys that's always like, like my time is coming? Is that your thing?
Oh no, not at all. It's just a joke because I'm so old. It's even in this space.
No, you got way too much hair to die.
Man, you're not like Red Fox in Samson and Samson, like Common Elizabeth, which you could actually say.
No, I have none of those things. It's all affectation. It's just all fun. I think it's fun to say it, and people are like, you don't really feel that way. I'm like, no. I have to say that we're always having a good time. Those Midnight Metal streams, like you said, Paulie, the chat was wild, and people were. What I was surprised about is how many people came from all over. How the international audiences of these chats cannot be should never be misunderstood or taken for granted, because the fact that we have a worldwide platform is one of the great things that YouTube has provided, and that you can talk to people from all over the world. And I think that's one of the great things that we have. I mean, how 20 years ago you couldn't talk to people from all over the world at once. The technology just didn't exist.
Well,
I
just
talked
told
about
off
this
to producers overseas an hour ago, on Zoom.
Seriously, like 25 years ago or so, I used to get yelled at my parents for making long distance phone calls because that's expensive.
You see the bill?
You called outside of the zip code area code. You can't do that, Mom. They live like 15 minutes away. How is this possible?
Yeah.
Remember the first your first cell phone bill, and it was all printed out, folded up, and mailed to you? Well, that was mine. I had that big ass phone, and then I had the big ass bill. I was like, oh my God, all these calls.
And how far we've come.
Yeah,
I had to take 2 summer jobs just to pay off the fucking phone bill when I discovered the internet.
That's what I'm trying to tell you,
I remember
man.
when I got my first cell phone, and I got my bill. It was like $2,000. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What?
No.
I mean, it was $2,000.
Wow.
It was crazy. Like the first month, I was like, maybe I got to slow this thing down a little.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I didn't have a good plan.
No, he did not. my first cell phone was in 2002, and the bill on average was like $35 a month. But that I didn't have texting. You can only do like.
Remember when it used to cost you to text?
The taxi was like 10 cents.
Yeah,
that's why I
Motherfucker,
didn't
quit
have it.
texting me. You're costing me a fortune.
I still get these don't you get those messages saying standard text rates will apply?
Yeah.
I'm assuming I was still paying text rates.
And I know until recently he used to get pissed because he had the same issue. He was still paying for a phone that had like dude, get a new phone. Texting.
He had a grandfathered bill, so he had all the rates from back then.
All right, Andre's back. You guys.
Remember first texting? When you're like, my friend she would text me like 20 years ago, and then was like the different interface, of course, and would have to turn it upside down to read the text.
No.
Why?
No, I just remember having to press like each number multiple times to get the letter you need.
Right. That was early BlackBerry. Remember
early BlackBerry?
Of course, you were texting on the brick. What to expect?
I honestly, for a second, thought you were talking about maybe that calculator thing where you do like the 8008 thing.
And you turn it upside down.
Right.
That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. And then I turned it upside down, and it was like English. Dude, I don't know. I'm not.
I don't know.
Is this from your drinking days, Polly?
Yes.
Well, that would explain it.
Point taken.
I never had texting because it cost too much money. Because when I got my first cell phone, I had it in Florida, and then I had moved to LA. So it's like, there's no way. LA's so expensive. There's no way I'm freaking paying for texting at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I get to bear witness to a Viking birthday song.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this existed.
Nice.
Okay, sorry, I'll bring you back in script, but yeah, this came from Parrot Head. This is a Viking birthday song, so here we go.
That's interesting.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Doom and gloom and dark despair. People dying everywhere. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. May the candles on your cake burn like cities in your wake. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I love how serious they are.
The keep. Kill the women, save the sheep.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Happy birthday. Birthdays come but once a year, marking time as death draws near. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Now that you the age you are, your demise cannot be far.
Wow.
We love children, yes we do.
Oh, no.
Baked or boiled in a stew.
Whoa.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. This one lesson you must learn.
Okay, you need a
First
bridge.
You pillage, then
Yeah,
you
there's like
burn.
this killing.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
The Vikings don't do traditional
Happy
song structure.
birthday. While
Vikings
you
don't
eat your
add things like
birthday
bridges.
stew, we
No, I
will
guess
loot
not,
the
obviously.
town for you. Happy birthday.
Yeah, sometimes it's ABABA. This is
Happy
AAA.
birthday. It's your birthday, never fear.
Is this like
You'll be
Viking
dead
trance
this time
music?
next year. Happy
This is how the birth of
birthday.
trance right here.
Okay, I think we get the gist. There you
I
go.
have to
Thank you
say,
for that.
that was
Farid.
beautiful.
So Andre, you know, I visited Norway. I went to Oslo a few years ago on a business meeting, and you know, I have to say I was a little surprised. It didn't have a very Viking feel to it. It had a very sort of like, you know,
I've been there
people
too.
who go to
Yeah.
sleep at like 8 o'clock at night and just like want to go home. I was like, you guys conquered the planet? What happened? What happened? How did you become this?
Yeah, well, that was 1,000 years ago. So-
People go to bed at 8 o'clock in Norway. Like Oslo
I mean, it was like
doesn't
I was
have
like
a
walking
bump
around
in
9 o'clock
nightlife?
and everything was closed. It was like Oslo. It was like I thought it was gonna be this hip town. There was nothing happening.
Cameron,
Well, which day of the week was that?
I don't know. I was there. I was probably there like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because like it's a little bit of like when, because the time the town comes alive on Friday and Saturday night, but really of party cities in Europe, Oslo ain't number one. Let's just put it that way.
Really?
But oddly enough, in Amsterdam there is a Viking museum, and it is awesome.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. There's a pretty awesome Viking museum just outside of Oslo where you actually have like 2 whole Viking ships, which were like 2 original Viking ships plus loads of effects and stuff. So that's pretty
But they
cool.
don't have a bar, do they?
Not in the museum, but you
Right.
don't have to go very far from the museum to get to a bar. But no. But like for instance, like when we want to go to party, like people from Oslo, we typically go to other places, like both to Denmark or something like that.
Party.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I've been to Oslo actually, but I don't remember much. I think there is Oslo like in a valley or something. It was
no, it's not in a valley. It's basically where the Oslo fjord ends. That's where Oslo
But is there like a mountain really close by or something?
No, that's Bergen. You're thinking of Bergen. Bergen is surrounded by 7 mountains.
Oh, okay. Because
that sounds like a J.R. Tolkien thing.
Maybe it was just a hill. I don't know. It was fucking over 15 years ago. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, there's
I just remember we drove up this fucking hill and then we stayed at some hotel that was, to me, it felt like it was in a mountain or something.
Yeah, there's one mountain. Yeah, that would have been Holmenkollen is where you mean with the ski jump and everything. Yeah, then I know exactly then I know exactly which hotel you stayed at. So like nice scenic view from there. But no, Oslo is not in a valley. But there's a mountain of sorts or a hill. It's not really a mountain as much as it's a hill overlooking the city. Yeah.
Okay.
I got that song in my head, guys.
Right? And Mary, what is going on with this
I'm
avatar?
crafting an entire narrative right now. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix this.
But the Viking spirit is very much so alive. So like when Norwegians want to go party, they leave Norway and they go down to Europe and they go to London and they go to Amsterdam and they go to Spain and Italy to party there and be drunk and have a merry time and be a nuisance to the local populace. So the Viking spirit is alive and well.
We got Mary's got a sheep going on there. What's going on?
Yeah, kill the women, save the sheep. That's what they said, right? What I'm doing, I'm just going to craft an entire narrative around Andre's Viking birthday.
Yeah.
Mary, the 2-in-1 images on that.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, okay.
But Mary,
this creates an imaginative loop. Yes.
Does something go right over my head right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
It looks like you're bonking the sheep in the butt.
Yeah, it looks like you're about to
Yeah,
that
yeah,
It looks like the sheep
yeah.
getting some fun stuff happening.
You're using some weird sort of dildo. It
kinda
doesn't look good.
Knife. It's a
Oh, you're
knife.
clearly bleeding the sheep to make another. That's a turkey baster full of.
Oh,
God.
She's making a dolly.
Highly interpretive. I'm getting that. The image there is being pleased. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Here's a rare
Happy birthday.
here's a rare photo of actually of me. And this is what Andre was talking about. If it ever comes up, that's me That's me next to the Viking ship in 2009.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's
Look at
pretty
that.
neat.
That with that same hat on. I look French. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I've seen that shit. They had it on an episode of Ancient Aliens where they talked about how Vikings were actually influenced by alien visitations.
Of course they were.
Yes,
yeah, because of course.
It's very Super Mario Brothers of you, Rob. There, very Super Mario Brothers.
That's what I'm talking about. That's an actual legit Viking ship right there in the background.
Am I the only person who just had like
two of them?
Am I the only person who just had like a Wonder Woman 84 scenario pop in their head where Rob just steals the ship and takes it and goes? I feel like I could totally
turns it
see
invisible.
doing that.
I can't quit focusing on the beret that he's wearing.
That's
I know.
It's the same hat. It's in the same hat as I have in my my.
No, it's not.
Yeah. The same hat I have on my Twitter in my thing avatar here. Yeah, it's the same exact hat.
Don't look like it.
No,
is that a hat?
That's a Kangol.
That is,
You
not
look
a beret. That's a
You look like
Kangol, dude.
1980s Guardian Angel from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
In that, remember the Guardian Angels in
Oh yeah.
Subway? I remember them. Yeah.
You look like
that.
you look like you hang with Run DMC back in the day with that.
That's right. And Nick
awesome.
actually has to leave us, so I didn't know if you wanted to take a minute to say anything for Andre or anything like that.
Yep, I had to bounce. I got to bounce out, guys, but I just wanted to pop in and wish Andre a happy birthday and another congrats on the passing 200K subs and all that great stuff. You guys are killing it over here. It's always awesome to see Lorraine in here, Cameron, Rob, Paulie, Mandy, R&B, and Undoomed. I actually just subbed to you last time I was on here, so I'm just now starting to watch some of your content, man.
Thanks, man.
Nick. Awesome content.
I like
it.
Yeah.
High five, brother.
Nick, thanks for joining. Really appreciate that.
Good to see you, Nick.
Yep. Good to see you guys, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Take care.
Bye, Nick.
All right, bye.
And now when Nick just left, I want to take the opportunity to go through some of the older super chats because we've gotten them in a little bit all the time. So just want to go through a couple of them before we resume the lively conversation on Viking ships and everything, so which is always great fun.
I just want to say, Joey says Rob looks like a cartoon character marooned in real life. I like that. That's
Super Mario.
Andre, I also have pictures of the Fromm Museum too, which was my favorite. That was my favorite part of
that's a much better museum. I have to say.
I'm like, how did those guys, like, in that tiny little ship? Dear God, they were stranded for 10 months in the ice. Holy cow!
There's a movie made about it. I'll hook you up with it.
Oh, excellent, awesome.
Yeah, there's a movie made about just that, so that's pretty awesome. But some super chats. Let's begin with the classic super chats that I can no longer bring up on screen. Cesario JPN said, "Tom finally succumbed to being on too many live streams. Press F to pay respect." Well, Tom seems pretty alive and well to me right here.
For now, anyway.
Yeah, and then says, "Happy birthday, Andre. Kip Ellis MBE Gopher sent a cake super sticker. Valiant Renegade says for $10, thank you so much. Happy birthday to the most badass Viking on YouTube." Why, thank you. Dash D's says for $10 Canadian. "Old age has a great sense of calm and freedom when the passions relax their hold. Then, as Sophocles says, we are free from the grasp, not of one mad master only, but of many." Plato.
Careful that word.
Andre.
Be careful that word, Andre, when you say
that. Brings me a question. Are you a Plato guy or an Aristotle guy? What's your thing?
I'm of the two. I'm definitely more Aristotle, more so than Plato. I was never a big fan of his ideas with basically like the idea in the sky and the counterpart on Earth. I think that Aristotle had much more graspable ideas. And of course, I know a little bit of philosophy too.
I'm of the view that Plato sees the world as it should be, and Aristotle sees the world as it actually is.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
I agree. And for that reason, I think that Aristotle is my favorite of the two, whereas Plato is a little bit more in a dream world, just like Kant, who I also, again, he has like ideas that works in a dream world but apply it to reality, and it falls apart pretty quickly with his moral imperium, or whatever it's called in English. I don't recall exactly.
So now, do you think they're having these conversations at Lucasfilm? Plato versus Aristotle. You know, do you think they're having this conversation?
I don't think they
or in secret hideout.
I don't think that any of them are smart or educated enough to even know what, like Plato. They're going to be like, no, I'm pretty sure that movie was called Platoon.
They're going to say Plato.
Dead white guys.
Plato.
Yeah, they wouldn't even listen.
Play-Doh. Okay.
Yeah, they would think you mean the toy. Yeah.
They represented the patriarchy. What do they have to teach us?
You know, personally, I think we should bring Sappho back, man. We got this hot lesbian chick playwright. I think we got to bring her back, man.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
We got to make Sappho a thing again.
Yeah, but then we would be canceled as straight white dudes that
just want lesbian chicks. Yeah.
You know, and that there's no way we can't win. Like I'm, you know, I can't win. You can win more, but
I want the hot lesbians too.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Mandy, I'm on your team.
Wait a minute.
Bring the hot lesbians back.
Exactly what wants her to say. She says it.
Someone say my name.
In 4K.
Somebody say my name.
Huh?
Lorena has to leave us sadly. Speaking of
no, not Tom. Preview Lorena, cheerleader preview, please.
Lorena, want to go there? Go for it. Tell us what it's all about.
Okay, well, I made someone had said, okay, well, this was in October, I think, like after I hit 1,000 subs. Yeah. They said, well, you know what, Lorena, if you make 2,000 subs, because I let it drop. I used to be a cheerleader in high school. Thank you, Lady Tariel. Says, oh, when you hit 2,000, you have to wear a cheerleader costume. I'm like, yeah, right. Like I'm ever going to hit 2,000. Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Hit 2,000 today.
Do you need to borrow my pom-poms?
So,
hey now.
Yeah,
this will be more epic than when Buffy actually did her first pom-pom thing in front of Giles.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in a couple of weeks, I'm not trying to steal Andre's birthday thunder. So
that's going to be a separate stream of his own. I can't wait to witness it.
That's a well-attended stream. Yes.
I would like to comment on that stream.
Oh, by all means.
I say, Andre, let's get her quickly to 3,000 and 4,000.
Yeah,
because she's already.
She's wise to us now, though.
No.
At 3,000, you got to dress up like
I already got her. I got her.
You got to dress
up. But that's what I'm saying is she's wise to your tricks now, guys. She's not going to make any more promises.
Listen,
like that.
She's already promised 3,000.
Yeah.
She's going Brazilian samba.
Oh, okay.
4,000. She's going lowrider chola cha cha. So we got it there.
5,000. You got to do
that.
Barbara Eden as I do.
There you go. So there you go.
5,000. Because everyone, Robert, you can confirm this. Everyone in LA looks like I Drew Regina right now. They all got their veil on and their midriff bare, right?
Oh,
am I right?
Yes. You are right.
Like right now.
That is, and now it's getting warmer here, and it's a beautiful day, and you're correct.
Yeah, I don't see no more noses, but I see lots of belly buttons.
A lot of belly buttons.
Well, yeah.
I just wish there were more women with magical genie powers that could grant wishes.
Well, folks, I got to get to making dinner, but thank you so much for inviting me on. Again, Andre, a wonderful, wonderful, happy, and blessed birthday. Many, many, many more. So happy to be a part of this team, and enjoy your day. Well, I guess it's evening there now, but enjoy.
But thank you. Thank you so much for the sentiments. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the team. We are very glad to have you.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks so much, chat, for being here to celebrate Andre's birthday. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Adios.
And on that note, let's do a couple of more super chats. And,
get it in.
The next one then.
And by the way, while I was in the back, I did find out the relevance of April 18th and Superman. That was the day that the copyright was actually filed.
The copyright was filed.
So it is technically his actual birthday. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry, I too have to leave because I have a stream that I have to go do.
Well, thank you for being here, Robert.
Tom, thanks for inviting me. Good to see all of you. Andre, a very happy birthday. It's been great to make your acquaintance and to hang out on your channel with all the great people here. I love you all.
Aww.
And
you're
Andre, set the tone.
Don't you have a cheerleader statement to make as well?
No, I was just kidding. I will say this though. I want to say something about Undoomed. Undoomed made a video about Jupiter being a boss planet.
I saw it.
Everybody should watch that. I mean, I'm a space freak, but you got to watch Undoomed. Jupiter is the boss planet. I don't know what it's called, Undoomed, but
it's just Jupiter, the boss of the planets.
The boss of planets. I loved it. I loved it. I didn't realize.
I'm so happy you liked that. That is a huge compliment, man.
Oh man. It's one of those things that pops up, and I didn't realize that you had done that. Now I'm like, oh yeah. But everybody should subscribe to your channel and watch that video.
Yeah,
I love that video.
Thank you very much. That makes me very happy.
Too. I'm a huge space buff. I can't wait to see that now.
Oh, it's like 45 minutes long too, or something, right? It's like an hour long.
Yeah, 45 minutes. Something.
I think you were busy that weekend, Andre, because you were going to be on the thing. That's why I don't think you got a chance to see it yet. But anyway, yeah.
But Andre, you're a great man. Happy birthday! I hope one day I can come party with you in Norway, and we'll actually bring the party to Oslo. We'll turn that up.
Hopefully, he'll be here later this year.
By 7 o'clock, man. They go to sleep at 8.
We got to find an after-hours club that's open from like 9 to 1.
Oh, we have.
It'll be open from 8:30 to 9.
But also, if need be, we'll just take the boat to Denmark and we'll party like it's 999.
Oh, Denmark, Copenhagen, man. Yeah.
We gotta come over the house
Invade
first,
those
Robert.
fuckers.
I know. I got to do that too because we have stuff to talk about.
Take all their stuff on your way out.
I'm telling you, if people say that, you go to Germany for the beer. No, if you love beer, you go to Denmark. Really, they do beer right, and they know how to drink it. Oh boy, they know how to drink it.
Yeah, the Danes are great. All right, everyone. I will see you all later. Happy birthday, Andre.
Thank you so much for being
later.
Take care. Bye.
Take care.
All right.
And with that, a couple of more super chats. Dark Shadow 308 said, "Happy birthday, young man," and many more. Nikki D says, "Happy birthday, Andre, my favorite Viking. Wishing you many more." Well, thank you. And then we had Samoan Pirate who said for $20, "Light your candles, see them blow out before you, and hear the lamentation of the birthday wishers. Happy birthday, Andre." That's a nice fellow Conan fan right here, so that's awesome. And Ariska, the fancy goose, says, "Stopped my storage room clearing from my flood damage construction to say happy birthday to the boss man." So happy birthday, dude. Oh, thank you. And I hope that the flood damage wasn't too bad. So fingers crossed for that. And then we have my fellow Norseman from across the border, Joachim Stark, says for 200 Swedish krona, so I'm about to butcher your Swedish language. "Grattis på födelsedagen, André." Well, tusen tack. Thank you so much.
Don't you guys understand each other?
Oh, yeah. Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish are all mutually intelligible.
Right.
Mostly. There are some exceptions, but mostly it's mutually intelligible. So, like for instance, I can read and understand Swedish just fine, and Danish I can read absolutely perfectly fine. Whereas how will I understand it? Well, that depends a little bit on like the state of hibernation at the or intoxication.
Yeah, I got you. I've been to Denmark. I know what you mean.
Yeah. And El Gallo de Oro says, "Happy birthday, Andre. Mine's next week." Oh, be sure to remind us. Till then, thank you. And Bastian Hunter also says, "Happy birthday, Andre." Thank you so much. And then we had, let's see, we caught a couple of ones here. Oh, yeah. And Samurai Vader says, happy birthday, you massive. Also, hi, Cameron and Tom. And Lonnie Holcomb sends a thumbs up super sticker. And Karen Prime says, mange glade retur av dagen, Andre X. Thank you. Okay. And Rob Altis says, happy birthday, Andre, and thanks for all Midnight's Edge does to keep our culture alive. We do try. Willie Woodward sent us $1 with no message, so thanks for that. Lord Toth says, happy birthday, here's to many more. And Culture Casino says for $20, happy birthday to the boss man. Look at all the amazing that you helped create, Andre. Thank you. No, thank you. And on that note, again, I would like to say thank you to everyone out there in the chat and everyone in the panel right now. Thank you for being here and for making the community that has built up around this channel and indeed this whole little corner on the internet and make it become what it is. I cannot appreciate that with words enough. And I've gotten so many feedback from so many people all over the world saying that this last year and a half now has been really, really rough on a lot of people. But the sense of community that they get from checking out this channel, these live shows, not just ours, but others in our extended community, have really helped out. And that means a lot to me. I mean, that's more than I could have imagined and hoped for when we started this journey.
And
so thank you to everyone for making it possible.
And let me say this. I think it's really amazing that you've progressed this far. I was kind of worried about you guys when Corona hit because I was like, there's not going to be any movies. What are you even going to talk about? And you've managed to grow steadily. And
well, TV always happens. Plus,
that's true. I guess I didn't think about that. But
and corporate politics.
I was a little bit worried about you guys there because, like, holy shit, there's not going to be any movies released. And you know, what have we had? Like Wonder Woman in 1 year, we've had Wonder Woman and the Snyder Cut or something.
And there was Bill and Ted. There's a few other things.
It's pathetic.
Well, that was just before, but yeah.
You like Birds of Prey, man? You like Birds of Prey?
No, she said Sonic.
Sonic. Okay. If the Oscars were Sonic versus Birds of Prey versus Wonder Woman, that would at least be an entertaining Oscar.
Sonic would run away with the competition. Pun intended.
Because they wouldn't. They would give it to Birds.
Right, but anyway, it's amazing that you've managed to turn this into a huge win. And I not only do I want to wish you a happy birthday, I want to congratulate you on that.
Well, thank you. Really appreciate it. But again, we couldn't have done it. We couldn't have done it on our own. Like, this was a community effort, because what I feel like we have done this last year is that it wasn't planned. It just kind of happened organically, was really building a community. And that's kind of like what we've done first and foremost, I feel, with the increased emphasis on live shows and building like an atmosphere of like friendship. Like to basically like think back to like Cheers, the classic 80s sitcom where everybody knows your name, kind of like building something like that.
Right.
And that just happened.
Does that make Rob Cliff?
Yes, actually, that's Rob Cliff,
yes,
Tom Norm.
That does make Cliff.
Holy shit, you're right.
I only remember. I only remember Frasier. I don't remember any of the other people.
That would be Script Doctor.
I'm Sam.
Okay, that would be Script Doctor. All right, gotcha.
I think we probably have multiple Frasiers in our crew.
Who's Coach or Woody Harrelson?
I mean, I feel like I'm probably Woody.
I was gonna say Mandy's more of a Woody, but okay.
what was the name of the waitress, the grouchy waitress? What was her name? Carla? What was her name? Carla had that like sleazy ex-husband Nick or whatever was his name.
Yeah, Nick.
He had a lot of ex-husbands, I thought.
And he had like this really hot wife, right? Yeah. Remember that?
His second wife, the tall blonde.
Yeah, she was
that
like
was Casey
6 feet tall,
Kasem's wife.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Casey
Yeah.
Kasem's wife, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. I'll be
Cheers
that.
is
I'll be
fucking
that.
awesome.
In regards
It
to
was awesome.
what
And of course, then that
Unboon
makes
said.
Rob on Ted Danson or Andre Ted Danson. Then, yeah.
I was, I was never that big a Cheers fan. I was more of a Seinfeld guy. So I mean,
What?
So would
I don't even remember Cheers, to be honest.
What?
I did like.
I just know that Frasier was a spin-off from it, but I just remember Frasier. That's it.
Well, it is. Frasier is getting a revival now.
Yeah. That's awesome. I'm fucking looking forward to that one.
Yeah. That and Dexter is finally getting like a redo to get over that horrible final season, courtesy of the same butthole who destroyed not just Marvel's Inhumans but also Marvel's Iron Fist. So
we shouldn't hold out. We shouldn't hold out hope. Then is what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is that he was the guy who messed up Dexter's ending to begin with. Now they got good people apparently working on the revival.
Okay, that's good.
Nice.
That's good.
Can I just
I
take a
mean,
second
Dexter
to
was
stop
an
and-
awesome series. I loved that one. But yeah, the ending was like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, right up. Like I could tell in the first episode that Scott Buck showrun that this is going off the rails.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a season with John Lithgow. I think it was season 4. That was actually quite good.
Yeah, that was the last great season. And you had like season 5, which was kind of like pretty meandering, didn't really do anything. It was largely inoffensive, like mostly harmless, to quote one of the greatest authors of all time. But then there was season 6 and 7, courtesy of Scott Buck, and just worst TV ever made.
How underrated is John Lithgow?
He's amazing.
John Lithgow,
brings.
He's pretty good.
John Lithgow is a fantastic.
He was amazing in Cliffhanger.
I was just going to say, I just watched
that,
Cliffhanger in 4K last week, and I'm like, God, he's such a great bad
He's
guy.
not even that bad in Ricochet.
World According to Garp.
Yeah, he's great in everything, man. He's just even the Planet of the Apes. Even though that first one's my least favorite of the series, he's the best part of it.
Harry and
Ricochet, he was great. Yeah.
Oh, and of course Harry and the Hendersons.
Third
I
Rock from the
love that movie.
Third Rock from the Sun. I mean, he's a
Right.
fantastically talented comedic actor and dramatic actor, which is difficult to pull off these days.
Yeah,
I was like 11 or 12 when Garp came out, and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
That
guy
movie
with
is
the-
fucked up.
with the hair and and I was
That's
like,
pretty fucked up.
but then I loved him, right?
Yeah,
World
this
according
is
to
a generation before you, Mandy. It's a generation before.
It's
World
it's
According
an
to Garp.
early Robin Williams movie, and it's got a really fucked up ending.
Oh.
I still
Or
pull
really,
out-
that's kind
Kind
of
of like what happened
two-thirds
to
of the
Robin
way.
Williams. So, yeah.
I'm not a big fan.
It's not a great film, no.
Yeah.
but I
Of
still
Garp?
I still
Huh.
pull out the line about how something's been pre-disastered when something happens. So do you know what the chances are another plane hitting this house? It's been pre-disastered. We'll be
Right,
safe
they're
here.
looking at a house and with the realtor, and then it gets hit by a plane right when they're there. So Garp was like, "What the odds of this ever happening again? We're getting the house."
We'll take the house. We'll be safe here.
It has its moments, but it just kind of feels like whoever I can't remember who wrote it and stuff like that. But like that third act, it kind of reminds me of Kevin Smith ending Clerks with Dante getting shot. It was because like the guy didn't know how to end the movie, and so he went off the rails with the whole thing in the car, and the accident, and all that nonsense. Like the whole thing was just kind of, I don't know. Unless I just didn't get it, and I got to rewatch it. Maybe
I think you need to rewatch. I mean, I'll rewatch it, but I just remember it being great from beginning to end.
I loved the first 2/3 of the film. I just remember it going off the rails near the end. That's all I remember.
I didn't like the ending. I didn't like the ending.
You didn't
I
like
remember
it.
that.
All right, it's all right.
No, I'm not saying I didn't like the movie. I'm saying I didn't like the ending.
But it's been about 10, 15 years or better since I've seen it too. So
Oh yeah.
But
Oh,
again, when it came out, you know, just being such a young guy, I was going to see every movie. I was like, what?
Well, wasn't
What's
that
this guy doing
Robin's
with the wig
follow up
and
to like Popeye as well? So that didn't help because I don't know if it did very well box office wise.
It was acclaimed, I don't know if it did.
Yeah, it was
well
acclaimed, but I don't know if it
very
did well,
acclaimed, yeah.
box office wise. Yeah.
Right now, everything in the Oscars this year is acclaimed and nobody's watched. So.
No shit. Oh yeah, that's the sad part.
No, but that's a different story,
Put
Cameron.
Garb above anything in the fucking Oscars this year. That's the sad part. I'd put Garbage Pail Kids above some of the shit that's in the Oscars.
It's all depressing crap. It's very depressing.
Yeah, there's no joy to the Academy anymore.
I'm sorry?
There's no joy to the movies in the Academy this year.
There's no joy in the Academy.
Script doctor know this. They're all virtue signaling to themselves at this point. They're just trying to out virtue each other within the Academy. It's not even about the. I mean, I'm hearing people actually thinking people are going to tune in and watch this thing. No one's going to watch this thing.
Yeah, see, here's the thing that I find from some of my Hollywood friends is that they espouse this, but they don't pay attention to it. And it's the phrase, nobody likes to watch ugly people masturbate. And that's basically what it is. And that's basically what
in LA, there's room for that too. You know, everyone's got.
There's always a kink, but yeah, like overall, it doesn't sell.
Yeah, Release 34.
Just turn into me for a second or something.
Script, you're saying that the people who actually want to see themselves on screen represented don't actually watch movies, or that there's not enough of them to make it actually make it profitable. Is that
There's always a market. The way that a market works is that you have to have quality effort, and you have to measure yourself against the best that's out there, not the worst. Then sadly, like that's the first lesson I was told when I came to LA. Is like you got to measure yourself against the best because nobody cares about who's better than the worst. And that's a lesson that's been forgotten over the last like 6 to 8 years.
Do you mind if I ask Cameron a quick question about the story about ABC passing on certain scripts because they're not diverse enough? Do you mind if I ask your opinion about that?
I mean, I'm just shocked they said it out loud. I mean, that's what they've been doing for the last several years. That's what all of them been doing, right? I mean, I'm just there, but they're so in a bubble right now. They don't even realize how that sounds and how stupid it is, right? To even say that out loud. I mean, the fact that they're doing it is stupid, but I've known they've been doing it for years because it isn't about creativity. It isn't about the nature of the content. It's about the elements of the content, right? And so whatever.
That's crazy. I mean, don't they even know about search and replace in fucking Word?
All I can say is, being the person that I am, I also have no sympathy for this stuff because I've been doing diverse stuff for 20 years and having it rejected for always some stupid story. Like my very first project that I wrote was a screenplay about the Crusades, and I was told there's no market for a movie on the Crusades. I was literally told that, and then that afternoon, Ridley Scott announced Kingdom of Heaven. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, it's literally that I was like, I had the script rejected. And then that afternoon, the Variety puts that out. And so I was like, so I've been hearing this garbage forever. This town is all about fake diversity. And, and so this is their new story. All of this is meant to actually keep good storytelling down, including good, diverse storytelling down.
But to them, it's I mean, if it's a good story, it's a good story. It doesn't matter what color anyone is. If you need it to be like, okay, this guy has to be Chinese and this guy has to be this race or whatever. You could just do the search and replace in Word. Yeah, it's really simple to replace a name. Like, I don't know if I judge the story for what it is. If you need to replace something, you could do that, but judge the story, right?
No. Because the same shit happens all over again. Then it becomes a fad. You stick to a great story, yes. But if you're gonna come correct. If you're gonna come with a Latino cast, you fucking come correct. You hire a Latino writer, you hire a Latino producer, but they won't do that because Cameron's right. Because it's I'm sorry, I'm really upset right now because we got some bad news as far as casting. But the thing is that they don't want to give up any power. So I will write the Latino X story for you. I will write the African American story.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I am going to. Someone say you need a Latino. Hey,
okay. All right. No. Everything is safe now. Thank you.
It's
here.
Okay. Look, this is. And you're living it. I mean, your significant other's living it, the day-to-day stuff, which is everyone saying we're going to push the Latino stories, and then the standard racist garbage is presented.
Well, and it's always a white net for her, right? Mm-hmm. She'll get between her and a named actor who and they'll say, well, we're casting a wide net, so they don't cast her type, even though her caliber is up there, right? Or she'll get the fucking role, and they're like, we can't give it to you. So why not? because we got to give it to a trans. That's just the way it is.
But
We'll see about you later on. And you know what? They do take care of her. But see, this is because they're under a certain what do you call it?
Mandate or whatever.
Mandate. Yeah, from up above, right? Up above they don't want to bring anyone in the real room. The real room to make fucking those decisions to change shit up. Okay? I know this is a birthday party for Andre, but I'm really ticked about this right now today, because it's almost like the Republicans. If the Republicans really understand the Latino population, they'll be elected every election.
Sure.
Don't culturally get them just yet.
Yeah.
In Hollywood really got that their biggest money goer is the Latino buying power that goes to the films, which they are. They love action movies.
Yeah.
They love
They want to be entertained.
Yeah. Right.
They don't necessarily need to see them all the time. It'd be nice, but they want Schwarzenegger. They want The Rock. So come equipped. And if you're going to come equipped with a fucking Latino film, make it a great one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Don't pander. Well, thank you.
Well,
pandering. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Really,
that is nobody wants that.
Sorry, as Taylor Hackford pointed out on our Blood and Blood roundtable, the highest grossing Latino film to this day is still La Bamba, which is bullshit. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be that way. That movie came out in 1987. We have had how many Latino-led films, Paulie, since then that have not been able to crack that?
Boy, that's another stream. I don't know.
That's another stream.
Wait, La Bamba,
you can see that on Midnight Side Espanol.
But
then Selena didn't make up.
Selena did not make more than La Bamba. Nope.
How is that possible?
Even when they don't know how to market it, and it's now more of a cult film. But that weekend, 1997, or whenever it came out, they don't know how to market those films, and it did well in certain small, markets, but. What was equally that kind of made the same money a little bit behind it was Howard Stern's Private Parts that weekend.
Which was funny because in Canada, Selena was more heavily marketed than Private Parts. Because I remember commercials and posters and billboards all over the place for that film. I remember seeing it as a kid.
Well, you know what else came right out around that time as well? The Star Wars special editions.
Yeah. Then there's also The Mask of Zorro, which wasn't really a Latino film, but it did have a prominent, like at Antonio Banderas. It was a story.
It's a Spanish historical film.
It's a California film,
a really good
because
one.
That's what Zorro was.
But Mary does have to leave us, so thank you for being here, Mary.
I'm so sorry.
And I love Kill the Women, Save the Sheep. It's on her screen.
I worked really hard on that. That is my tribute.
That is amazing.
To you, Andre.
Amazing.
Wait, does the sheep have a Viking helmet? The sheep's got a Viking helmet.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a lot of
my god!
Yeah.
Mary.
Did you imagine Ragnar the Great killing all those people and destroying civilization so that we'd be putting sheep, things on sheep heads when we talk about his great culture?
Well, you don't get to decide your own legacy.
But do check out Mary's channel.
Apparently
Mr.
not.
Tinkle Trunk shared your link in the chat
Yes,
there.
please head on over that way. And of course, I will see you all tomorrow night on Toxic Femme. Andre, have the happiest of birthdays. You are just, I appreciate you so much, more than I know how to say. You've been so patient and kind with me.
Well, absolutely. And so glad to have you as part of the team. And thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate that. And everyone, go check out Mary's channel, her Twitch stream, and of course every Monday on Toxic Femininity.
Yes, absolutely.
Do
Happy
it.
birthday. Please, absolutely, guys. All right, I'll talk to you all later. Bye. Bye, Bug.
Bye.
Oh yeah, that was.
So we got only one lovely lady left who's at the center screen, and that's fine.
Where she belongs.
It's hard that I'm right in the middle again because I know what happens with this situation. The videos, I know. So
You're going to turn this into Pornhub real quick.
Oh my god.
We gotta keep it PG for our audience. Audience likes the PG illusion. It's okay.
I don't have the mustache for this.
Great Odin's raven.
Whoops.
All right. Do you have some more super chats we can get through? Andre?
Yes, we do. We have a few more super chats to go through. Next one is from Ralph Nunes, who says, "Happy birthday, Andre. Hail Midnight's Edge." Thank you. And Matt G sent us a cake super sticker. That looks lovely. Thanks so much. Wyatt Holiday says, "Happy birthday, Andre. Much love for the channel, panel, and 90s grunge flannel." Awesome. My man really enjoys classics there. Speaking of classics, to those that may have missed it because I wasn't clear on it, right now I'm reading the classic super chats, the ones I can no longer get up on screen, so you're just going to have to listen. Lo-Fi Samurai says for $3.99, "Happy birthday, Andre the Barbarian." Ooh, that's nice. I like that one. V. John Beck says, "Happy Sunday birthday, Andre." Well, thank you.
I got to interrupt because we have another guest joining us.
Oh, okay.
The one, the only, Doomcock from the center of the earth.
My goodness!
Hail! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to the great and mighty Andre. And this should be once again more proof that we are not one and the same person. Hail, Andre!
Has anyone ever said that?
Actually, yes.
Really?
And Doomcock, thank you so much for joining. So glad to have you here, my friend. It's absolutely awesome. And yeah, one of my favorite stories is that the very first time I spoke with Robert Meyer Burnett, which wasn't like on a live show, but it was like 5 minutes before we recorded it. His first question to me was, "Are you Doomcock?" and I had to disappoint him and say that no, this accent is not something I put on. I'm really stuck with it. So
for a while, people thought I was Doomcock. I'm like, no, I am not that clever.
People thought I was Doomcock. I think Mahler was Doomcock at one point.
For a while, people thought it was Mexican.
It's one of those things like we're all Doomcock. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure you've been confused with him as well, Undoomed.
Well, we're all Doom, sort of.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Well, I had the great pleasure of doing a stream with Doomcock a few weeks ago where we shared UFO experiences and the actual direct experience.
Wasn't there just some UFOs in the headlines recently here?
Oh my God, yeah.
But there have been
becoming more and more exposure.
Do you guys have like an ancient alien show?
Well, we have been doing, me and Gary of Nerdrotic, we used to do the Exozone, and hopefully we're going to do it again. It's just, Gary's busy with, looking for relocation, moving out of California, basically, and, and personal things. And, but hopefully we can do it again because, the funny thing is that, look, the government is acknowledged that these things are real, and it just kind of slipped in with all the COVID news, and that was by design, folks. That was by design because what better way to go ahead and slip this out, and it's like saying we've got a chronic unemployment and catastrophic economic.
Oh, by the way, we got some aliens, and now back to the regular news.
Exactly.
Well, my favorite one was when they
incredible.
Yeah, my favorite one was when they announced that they actually have extra planetary vehicles in their possession, and it was like line 32 of page 7 of the article. Like, what? Why is no one talking about that? This is New York Times random article. Oh, yeah, we have extra planetary vehicles in our possession.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. To me, that's like the most amazing thing. Like this year, like over the course of the last year, the American authorities, like the U.S. government, has on multiple occasions indirectly confirmed the existence of alien life. Not only have they confirmed the existence of alien life, they confirmed that they're kind of like right here, and they're just whizzing about in the sky, and we can't really do anything about it. And no one cares.
Yeah,
that scares the shit out of me. Not because the aliens are here, because I'm worried about what they're misdirecting us from.
Yeah, look, no, the Orange Man made a tweet that day, and then that was much more important.
Exactly. And they went ahead and they had a couple of TV specials in series with I forget the guy's name, but and they went over the same Tic Tac information over and over and over again from different witnesses and made it as bland as humanly possible. And it was brilliant because it is basically disclosure has happened. Disclosure has happened, and people are just like, but
whatever.
You have to ask, like, okay, so they're doing that. Then what are they trying to hide?
Well, that's why there's the mask mandate. I mean, they probably look exactly like us except for the nose and mouth. This is why we're all together.
Perfect.
It's just they got the big smiley grin with tons of sharp teeth they got to hide.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Exactly.
Well, now, didn't some of this start because they had to like after so many years, certain things become declassified? So some like papers from back in the 30s or 40s finally became public domain or something like that.
But couldn't they have just lit those fucking things on fire? Like,
well, here's the funny thing: is this? I had an ex-girlfriend whose uncle claimed to used to work for the government, and I didn't believe half the shit he said sometimes, but she's like, "Oh yeah, he used to work for the government," and it's like he would tell me shit about like, "Oh yeah, the shit that happened at Roswell's real. We've got the fucking bodies. We've got the spaceships." He's like, "Where do you think CD players and all this shit came from?" Mm-hmm. He's like, "It's all been backwards fucking
reverse
engineered from the shit all the way back to Velcro." He's like, every major. He's like, look at
that's bullshit though. But
yeah, that is because we invented Velcro by understanding like the burrs from like plants.
Yeah, that's I know. That's what I was saying. Like he sounded a little wackadoo, but like I was just like, whatever.
That's actually.
I want to hear Mandy's opinion on aliens. She hasn't said a word on this.
Before that's Mandy, there's a super chat for you.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Matt G for $5. Thank you so much, Love Bug. Oh my God, Mandy, you're on with that Richter Van Broomcock guy. Like, what?
I really feel a Broomcock Mandy show would be epic. I mean, these are two very distinct voices.
It would be.
Very distinct perspectives.
It would be.
That I think would mesh very interestingly.
That would be so fun. But yeah, no, I saw the alien thing like forever ago, and I did a whole live stream on it to like try to break it down because nobody was talking about it. And I'm like, how are people, the government just admitted that they have like alien crafts and stuff, and we're not saying nothing? What the hell? So yeah, I did a whole thing and I said, I'm going to keep up with it. I'm going to keep everybody, I'm in it now, and I'm going to let everybody know what's happening. And then I never heard anything else about it. And it's like, well, all right, well, I guess screw the aliens, ain't around no more.
I guess everyone's just scared to talk about it because, YouTube has this, conspiracy theory ban.
They don't like that.
Like, can we even talk about it? I don't know.
Well, the government confirmed it with the release of actual footage. And I think, I'm not really worried about it at all because they've been here for quite a while and they haven't done shit. So,
it doesn't matter if they've been here. It doesn't matter if they've been here. It matters if Google accepts it or not.
That's true.
And they have gone ahead and shut down and activated nuclear missile bases in the USSR and over here, primarily to demonstrate to us in a day the earth stood still kind of way that, all your shit is nothing to us. And, you'll need
we all know Google. Sense. Jesus Christ, of course Google would do that. I mean,
Andre, have you ever seen a UFO or something you believe was that?
I have not seen a UFO ever. There's a place in Norway where there's apparently a ton of them. Saltdalen, or I forget the name of it, but basically there's like a place where they always are. I went there not for that purpose, but it was on the way to somewhere else, and didn't see anything. So I have never been blessed to see anything supernatural in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Have you, Doomcock?
Yes, I have, and I got photographs of it. I showed it on Exozone, and it was a fascinating encounter. I've talked about it. I was heading to a very stressful medical appointment, and so I had Valium, which does not make one hallucinate or anything, but it did. It's very fascinating because I've waited my whole life and looked to the skies constantly to see anything, never have. And then, son of a bitch, broad daylight, heading to this appointment, being driven to it. And I said to the driver, hey, do you see that over there? It's like, yeah. Because, I'm always like looking at things, and it turns out to be a helicopter, it turns out to be a plane, turns out to be a blimp, whatever. But I'm like, as I got closer, I pulled out my cell phone and took a number of pictures, and then kind of forgot about it. But then, next day or so, when I went back and looked, son of a bitch, when I blew it up, it was quite distinctly an oval object with portals ringing around the edge. It looked like portals, could have been some kind of, I don't know,
exhaust or something,
rockets or something, but I don't know. But it was there. And the fascinating thing is, on the first picture I took, you can only see a haze. You could only see it as a kind of a smudge on the, not illuminated either, like a kind of a darker smudge. But I only took the picture because I saw the thing as a lighted oval object, and which leads me to believe that A, they are cloaked in some fashion. B, people will see them better when they are in different mental states, but they are in fact there. It was not a hallucination because it showed up on my picture. But the thing is, in the first picture, it was just a weird blur, and that is not what I fucking saw. So,
oh my gosh, you got to post those again because you got to show them. I need to see these.
I showed them on Exozone, but
I was on that episode. I saw them. I mean, it's clearly not a plane.
So it was just a recent one.
That is so awesome.
So I finally saw it, and it was because of, I guess, maybe being heavily on Valium.
So we talked about that these things may be interdimensional, and so your altered consciousness actually got through the cloak. Because I saw the picture. There's obviously a haze that doesn't look corporeal, and then the next picture, there's a corporeal object in the sky, right?
But I hit it at the right angle. Right angle.
That's what she said.
I would I'd like to see those pictures.
Right?
Yeah, I've got them.
That sounds incredible. I've never got to see anything cool.
Yeah, I'd make a full video of it, except YouTube stands in the way. So.
It isn't yellow, is it?
It was whitish with a yellow tinge around it. It was maybe tilted about a 45-degree angle. Yeah, and it was just kind of hovering there.
Cool.
I would have gotten more pictures, but the car was moving, so I mean, it was out of sight.
Right. We got Mr. H reviews in the chat saying happy birthday to Andre. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
So I actually, on that Exozone, I shared with Doomcock my own experience, and I've been fascinated by paranormal and all my life, and I've been looking for UFOs all my life, but never actually expected to see one. And I worked on that show Roswell, and then a year later, I went to Chile. I went to Santiago, Chile. I went actually out into the desert, the Atacama Desert, to see the solar eclipse. It's a trip I planned several years in advance. The solar eclipse was happening. It's the first time I ever saw a solar eclipse with my own eyes with a whole group of tourists, and it was an incredible experience. So after the eclipse was over, we're out in the middle of the desert. The Atacama Desert is famous for UFO sightings. The Chilean government has officially said that they have a UFO investigation thing because of so many strange sightings in the Atacama Desert. And I had pointed that out to people on our trip, and they're like, yeah, whatever. And so we were just packing up to get back into the city after the sun had set, the eclipse had happened. And I stepped off the bus for a second with a couple of other people. One of them happened to be a trained pilot. So I have his reaction as well. There was a woman and a man. The man was a trained pilot. We were just going back to get something from the campsite we had been at. And we look up, and the sun is set, and still sort of red in the sky. And then suddenly there's this incredibly bright light, like a halogen light, maybe just about 100 feet off the ground above us, incredibly bright red, and it was just hovering with no sound whatsoever. And if it was a drone, you'd hear something. A helicopter, you hear something, and we're like, and it was really bright. I mean, the reaction at the moment I saw it, my heart stopped, and I said, "What the hell is that?" I mean, that's not a normal reaction when you see something. And then we're staring at it, and it stayed red for about a minute, and then it wasn't flashing, it just then turned solid bright green. And it's hovered there for about 5 minutes, it's solid bright green. And then finally it turned back to red, and then it made this maneuver that's like an arc across the sky and started plunging towards the earth, and about 20-30 feet off the ground, it just vanished. Right. And so, that's not something a helicopter or plane can actually do. It can actually move like that. Right. And so I'm standing there watching this. My heart is literally, and my cell phone had died in the desert while I was taking pictures of the eclipse. So I didn't have anywhere to charge it. And we're just standing there. And I turned to the guy next to me, and he's like, he's a pilot. And he said, "Well, that's not a plane. I'm a professional pilot. That's nothing from I've ever seen. It's nothing from this reality." And the reaction that the three of us had was his absolute sense of awe and wonder. I mean, I've seen drones, I've seen all kinds of stuff. I've never had a visceral bodily reaction like that, where my body knew something was wrong and something was not from our reality that we were witnessing. And it was up there for at least 5 or 6 minutes. And finally, so we just stood out there, and we're holding up the whole bus, which is waiting for us to come back so we can go back to the city. So finally, the bus driver comes out, and there isn't a large Native American or Native Indigenous population, but he was one of the indigenous population there. And he came out and said, "Hey guys, what's up? Why don't you come back into the bus? We got to head back to the city." And we told him what he saw. So this indigenous guy from Chile goes, "Oh, that's one of the aliens. My people seen them in this area for hundreds of years."
Cameron, that reminds me of when I was little. I had an out-of-body experience. I was really young. I didn't clean my room, and I remember my mom yelling at me, and I saw this like
Red Skull is so pissed at you right now.
This oval-shaped object coming at me. And it came at me, and then I was just like, I was knocked out, and I woke up, and it was my mom's chancla, and I don't know what happened.
I didn't hear the last part. Was that a joke? Or was that a real story?
It's a joke.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was a joke.
The out-of-body experience was your
chancla.
I've
only tried. I tried, guys. I tried.
I'm sorry, but it's
I've only got
it can make some people uncomfortable. And so when I got back on the bus and we told people what we saw, the initial reaction was people on the bus started making fun of us and started telling jokes like that, because it's such an uncomfortable thing. Because it's such an weird thing to share. And there was one guy who was a professor who spent the rest of the trip mocking me. And I know you're not doing that, Paulie, but I'm saying spent the rest of the trip. Every time we'd be outside, like look up and there's an airplane flying over. There's your UFO. And it's a human reaction because it's such a strange thing to say that people don't know how to respond to it. So comedy is one way to alleviate it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I want to say welcome to Culture, and Doomcock. We don't have much longer with you, so I just wanted to give you the mic for a few here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say there appears to be a psychological element to these sightings. I think it's related to the fact, Cameron, we've talked about it, that reality is actually a non-dual state where all things are actually one thing, with an illusion of separation and duality. In actual fact, the nature of reality is like a stream of consciousness in the mind of, for lack of a better word, God, or the self, as they put it. And there are elements to this phenomenon that tend to support that. For example, Cameron, Roy Thinnis, when he was just cast in The Invaders in the 60s, a show about UFOs coming to Earth, and he never gave any thought to it, and hadn't thought about it, and didn't believe in it, or didn't disbelieve. He just didn't care. It was just a part to him. But shortly before he was about to begin filming, he and his wife were driving, I think, along Laurel Canyon or something, and rounded a bend, and up in the sky, clear as day, there was a saucer up there, and he'd never seen one before. And at that moment, he became a believer. And it's just a fascinating thing, in the same way that my consciousness was was an altered state when I perceived them and thought to take the pictures. He was kind of aligned with this chain of thought, if you will, of being on this show, and then he noticed one for the first time. And I just think it's a fascinating topic of discussion, not just UFOs, but also just the nature of
there's a
reality.
conscious thing, because I'd actually said, and we'll get off the topic because this is Andre's birthday thing, but that's the last thing I'll say. The interesting, weird synchronicity of it is about an hour before I had said to people on my Eclipse tour, so this area is famous for UFOs, right? I just said that. I'd never imagined for a second I would see something, but I'd said it, and a year later, within an hour, it appeared. So it appears almost like it responded to the consciousness of intent that I put out.
Right. And I have to say that to the both of you, like, I'm very fascinated, and you can check out my videos on my channel about space to give me some sort of cred. But this just makes me want to tell you that I'd love to talk to you more about this at some point. So that'd be great if we could do a stream on this or something.
Well, I'd be honored to come on anytime.
We do have another guest joining us here. The one, the only Mikey Sutton. How you doing?
Hello there. Hi, everyone.
Greetings, Mikey.
I just wanted a great happiest birthday to Andre.
Thank you. That's much appreciated.
Yeah, I was like strolling through YouTube, and I'm like, oh, it's Andre's birthday. I gotta welcome him today. Thank you for all the support the past years or so.
Oh, absolutely. To everyone, this is the very same Mikey Sutton of various scoops, most certainly DC scoops that we have covered here on Midnight Sedge. And your scoops, they have had a knack of coming through. Like, for instance, we spoke about Michael Keaton, which we referenced to you being involved months before it was announced in the press.
Or more recently confirmed, the whole Spider-Man Spider-Verse thing going on when Melina told the press.
Yeah, it was so funny. Years ago, people were like, no way this could be true. No, it's true. The Snyder Cut was another one. But it's funny because when I started scooping privately, like years and years ago, a friend of mine named Claude, he's a big Midnight Edge fan. He said, one day you're going to be on that show. Well, yeah, here I am. So,
yeah, quite literally for the first time. So
we've
great to have you here.
Times actually, yeah. But
what a perfect day to be on here, right? It's your birthday.
Yes.
And you're an Aries. You're an Aries. The last days of Aries are approaching Taurus, but you're still an Aries, fellow Aries.
Yeah. So, Mikey, what's happening with Ben Affleck? I saw your scoops and the scoops from Small Screen aren't 100% in agreement with each other. So, what's going on behind the scenes of AT&T and Warner Media right now? Because there, I'm actually almost more fascinated with what's going on behind the scenes of AT&T and Warner Media than I am with what's going on behind the scenes of Lucasfilm.
Oh man, Andre, if you thought Lucasfilm is a mess, it is tightly organized and amicable compared to Warner Brothers and Warner Media right now. It is. There's so much happening. Actually, I was planning on stopping by the channel sometime this week and giving you all the gossip, because I don't write about everything. I write scoops, but I don't really write gossip. And I figured gossip is where I go to Midnight Edge for.
Before then,
there's a lot of dirt.
Yeah, before that, Doomcock has to be leaving us. I just want to say thank you one more time, my friend, for being here. Really appreciate that.
Well, I mean, when it's Andre's birthday, you're supposed to do something about it. It doesn't matter if it's Sunday. It's Andre's birthday, and you're supposed to do something about it. And so I had to, man. I had to come and say hey to you. And I really hope you're having a good birthday, and I hope you treat yourself to something special in the next day or so to celebrate the Andre-ness of you, because I'm glad you're in this world. You're in a better place, man.
Yeah, and before you go, I think this super chat would interest you. David March asks, do you guys know the first reported crash of UFO was in Montana in 1865?
I did not know that. I did know that the earliest photo of a UFO was like in the 18 something. It was like on top of an observatory, on top of a mountain, and you see this cigar shaped object, black against the clouds. And
that was Mount Rainier, which is interesting. I think that's where where the actual famous UFO sightings that coined the name flying saucers happened with Kenneth Arnold. Literally 60 or 70 years later, right over the same mountain. But they found this photograph from the early days of photography right over the mountain showing these things.
Isn't that amazing? And it's fascinating. But David March, that's an interesting story. I've not heard
to look
about
into. There you go.
I do know that there was one in Texas.
Yeah.
In the 18 something where a airship crashed. The little man, the quote little man that was piloting the ship died and was buried by the town in the cemetery. It's a fascinating.
And the tombstone has vanished. The tombstone has vanished. Nobody knows where in the cemetery. The tombstone mysteriously disappeared because the town didn't want people digging up that grave to find it.
All right. Well, with that, do check out Overlord DVD on YouTube, of course, if you haven't already. But congratulations on reaching 250K as well, sir. And we're so happy that you were able to come in here and celebrate Andre's birthday with us. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You guys take care and hope to be on your morning show up here pretty soon. I have
very soon, hopefully, yes.
Been shifting the time and so I'll have my coffee with Andre. My breakfast with Andre. That's what it is.
That sounds like a plan.
Breakfast with champions.
My dinner with Andre.
See you later. Happy birthday, brother. Oh, Harvey wants to say.
Oh, Harvey.
Harvey.
Yay! I love him.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andre. You will perish in flames.
Perfect. There you go.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'll perish with the rest.
My dinner.
We'll see you later, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks for dropping by. Take care.
You bet.
So, Mikey,
I think it's how being serenaded like that.
So yeah, as we were saying, Mikey, yes.
Yeah, can we have like a brief like summary? What's going on behind the scenes of AT&T and Warner Media, who are very, very intent on ending the Snyderverse, and they've made it clear that this is a trilogy. But still, Jason Kilar, he went and he killed that whole New Gods movie, didn't he? What's going on with that?
Yeah, there is. I tell you what, I'm going to give you a birthday present this week. I'm going to go on Midnight Edge. I'm going to spill. Maybe you can PM each other like a perfect day and time, because there's a lot I haven't been writing about. But there is a power play behind the scenes that's pretty serious over at Warner Media. And, Walter Hamada is using other people as kind of like a human shield because he doesn't want to discuss this in public. There is a lot of concern about the Ray Fisher incident that's still lingering around the offices. And whatever his involvement is, man, there is so much to discuss. It really is. But definitely sometime this week we can go on the air with you and let you know everything. There's like an hour's worth of material here at least.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we'll set it up. I look forward to it already. Yeah.
Because it's I will say this. I don't think some of these people will stay in their positions very long. Right now, AT&T is taking a hands-off approach at the moment. They don't want to be helicopter parents. These executives are paid for a reason. They have to do their job. But the leash is very short and it's tight. Just to give you a sneak preview of what I'll be discussing with you, if either the Batman or the Flash don't do as expected, it's dead in the water. I mean, for the Hamada-verse going forward, everything is riding on those two films right now. The Flash is supposed to introduce the Hamada-verse. So there's the nickname that we industry types have for that. There is no name in the company for it. They really have no plan going forward. And this whole multiverse idea that they have is from Greg Berlanti. There a lot of the ideas coming forward are from Berlanti's CW work because they have no awareness of their own fucking comic books, like which boggles the mind, right? You have all these like thousands of stories and properties that are $1 million properties, but you know nothing about them. Instead, you're watching Crisis on Infinite Earths on the CW, and you're like, "Oh, multiverse! This sounds interesting," you know. And if you notice, some of the films being announced, I kind of have ties to the CW Greg Berlanti stuff. Our Man appeared on Stargirl and Legends of Tomorrow. They never heard of Our Man until they saw those shows. The Flash movie borrows a lot from Crisis and Infinite Earths. Supergirl, obviously, there's a Supergirl show, but it's like you're making a movie out of a character whose show just got canceled. It doesn't make any sense to you whatsoever.
Makes sense to me because it's being basically beta tested through the TV budget wing.
Yeah.
And that's basically what it is. It's like, oh, it works well on television. If we actually put some more talent and money behind it, maybe it'll explode big and give us that foothold over Marvel. But it won't because, again, you have to have responsibility and effort behind the people in charge in order for that to be effective in the market.
Yeah, and let us never forget that this is one thing that we learned. I don't recall if this was from your scoop or if it was from Small Screen right now, but either you or Small Screen wrote that what their plan going forward is that the executives, they don't want to stay too true to the source material. They want to do a twist on it. They want it to be more diverse and safe and inclusive and stay like generally away from the comics. Just be generic.
Isn't that just what you want?
So that they can green light it without knowing the source material, because that's difficult to read.
Isn't that just what you want when you hear something? You want a safe story. Is that what you've always dreamed of?
That's always what I look for in a story.
Yeah, let me have a safe story. Something that won't surprise me or sneak up on me or anything like that.
Yeah. Like, I need to know what's going to happen. Don't put no little sneakies in there. I need it to be
surprise
safe.
Twist.
No surprises.
It's gotta be no surprises. Always safe. Oh yeah.
People with ladders and valves.
An axe structure's too many turns.
Well, one of the issues that AT&T has right now is Walter Hamada has all these lower budget DC films planned, and his idea is let's create these lower budget movies and they'll make a profit. But AT&T wants blockbusters, and Walter Hamada is in this mindset of like a low budget horror film, doubling its cost and profit. But let's say you make an $80 million Our Man movie, and let's say it makes $160 million. That's nothing to AT&T. They want the $1 billion blockbusters, and Hamada is taking credit for Joker, which he didn't want to have made.
He fought that, I remember.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and so, he's just trying to take credit for it, and so AT&T basically is like, where's the beat? Like.
Oh my God.
And
I'm sorry, boss, but I'm gonna have to bounce. So I just wanted to get in here real quick. Happy birthday once again, boss. It's gonna be great moving forward with you with Midnight's Edge Espanol.
Yes,
I'm so excited.
Amazing. Yeah.
Oh, I so want to speak Spanish right now.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
You're welcomed.
And you're gonna have beautiful women playing great music on that
I
as well.
know, but I can't.
Yes.
I wish I knew how to speak Spanish. I'm just here like I want to.
pretty easy.
Dude, you know what? I think that's a great starting point to come on as a guest on Midnight's Edge Espanol, because just having the desire is reason enough. Like, you could just go and make a couple of attempts. That's a beautiful
I'll say
way
hola and a
with
few things.
anyone from a Spanish-speaking country. As long as you make an effort to try, you don't have to succeed, but as long as you try.
Loving Latino
I'd love to try. I'd probably fail miserably, but I'd
No,
love to
you
try.
won't. Look, I was on a stream with Polly, and I was only there for like maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I learned like 8 new Spanish words. And like, so yeah,
Right.
And
so she's a co-host now on.
yeah, now I'm fluent. Now I know 8 words. So,
but I the way we're
I'd
going
like
right
to
now,
know 8 words. Yeah.
the way we're going right now on Doomed is that we're kind of like 60-40 Spanish. You know, so we'll work out that equation as our audience grows. But the Midnight's Edge official channel will be launched very soon. But right now, this week we will still be on the Latino slant with Midnight's Edge Espanol, with Tom and Andre leading me along. But dude, thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and happy birthday again, fellas. Andre,
thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
Take care, guys. Be well, everyone.
Take care, man.
Take care, Polly.
I love the Roman, please.
Oh, I will. All right.
Buenas noches.
Hey guys, I gotta get going myself. I gotta prepare for Lords of the Long Box. But so this week, Andre, we'll PM each other, and
yes,
I'll spill the beans, man. Lots of dirt.
Perfect. Look forward to it.
All right. Have a great birthday, and take care, you guys.
Take care.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So since we're beginning to have a little bit of mass exodus, I regrettably have to go as well. But Undoomed, if you look in the private chat thing, I put my contact information. If you want to reach out to me, I'd love to be on your channel at some point. Talk about all this stuff. Talk about Hollywood. Talk about UFOs. Talk about conspiracies. Talk about everything that I like to talk about. So if you want to reach out to me, my information's there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll write that down.
Well, thank you for being here, Cameron. We appreciate you showing up.
And thank you for Mandy for sticking around and keeping the feminine energy to the end of my presentation.
No problem, good sir. That is what I'm here for. No problem.
I'm sure we all appreciate that.
Script Doctor, you got to speak up more, man. You're like the strong silent type on these broadcasts. We got to hear more.
Well, I if I had something more to say, I would. But it's been always a pleasure talking with you, Cameron. I'm going to reach out to you anyways for some stuff in the future. And yes, thank you very much for joining in. And yeah, it's groovy.
Andre, happy birthday! As your fellow Muslim conqueror, Viking conquerors, together we will reconquer the world. Let's do it.
We will indeed. Looking forward to it.
Inshallah.
Take care, Cameron. But don't you guys go anywhere, because there could be some more surprise cameos coming up. You never ever know who could show up. So do stay tuned. And I know we also have some super chats to go through. But Culture, we haven't really got much of a chance to say hello to you. Welcome, sir, to the festivities. Thank you for being here.
Hey, I just wanted to show up and show the wonderful support to Andre for his birthday that Midnight's Edge has shown me across the board since I started my YouTube channel. So, Andre, I hope you have an amazing birthday. I said as much in the chat I sent earlier, but you are a leader amongst all of us, and we appreciate you very much. So, I really do hope this is a wonderful birthday for you.
It is indeed, and thank you so much for the kind words. I really, really appreciate that. And yes, I've had a great day, made all the better by all the kind words and well wishes and congratulations from both you guys here in the panel and everyone out there in the chat, which I regret that we haven't got too much time to reference every single one, but we'll get through all of the super chats in due time. So there is that. Nina Infinity is in the chat, for instance.
Look at her being so sweet. I'm gonna want that on my birthday too, Nina. Don't use it all today, because when my birthday rolls around, I want that exact comment.
Yeah, Nina, you better say that about me and my birthday, even though nobody will believe it.
Exactly. It'll make me feel good, and that is enough for me. So
Yeah. But we got one super chat we can bring up on screen right now, and then we'll go back to the classic ones you got there.
Yes, Skippy Fab says, Andre, happy birthday, brother. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And then we can bring up one more. Brett Cohen says, happy birthday, Andre. Thank you so much. See if there's any more. Oh, there's one. Justin Norris says, happy birthday, Andre. It's my birthday too.
Well,
Oh,
happy
really?
birthday, Justin.
Happy birthday, Justin.
Birthday.
And yeah, Nina Infinity also says happy birthday. Thank you so much. And with that, let's get back to some of the classic super chats. Before then, Qui-Gon Gimli, I like that name, says Midnight's Edge is one of my favorite channels I follow. Happy birthday, Andre. Oh, thank you.
I like
Thank
his
you so
icon
much.
there with Gimli with a lightsaber axe. That's awesome.
I love
Yeah.
that.
And then next one is let's see. Next one was from Spider Unlimited. Says happy birthday, Bossman. Well, thank you so much. And Midnight Sun says happy birthday, Andre. Live long and prosper. Oh, thank you. The Horrific Podcast, so check them out, says happy birthday, big lad. Oh, thank you. KitKat says, happy birthday, Andre Einharjad, and many happy returns of the day. Well, thank you so much. Joe Pat87 says, birthday greetings, Andre. Oh, cheers, I appreciate that. Terminus Est sent us a unicorn super sticker, and the DCV Titan says for 10 Canadian dollars. This talk of Transformers being connected to Friday the 13th makes me want a Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Ash versus Freddy, Jason, Chucky, and
All
the
in the
Army
same
of
movie?
Darkness. Also, happy birthday, Andre. My God. And have Sam Raimi directed. Like, how can
No
you go
kidding.
wrong?
Well, that first bit, you might actually get your wish because there's been a lot of rumors flying around about Hasbro verse or what did we call it? Is that what we called it?
Yeah,
Andre?
Hasbroverse, for lack of a better word. That's still very much so in the planning stages, but of course it's going to depend on the reception to the next G.I. Joe movie, which is going to be like
The Snake Eyes one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Plus also the Transformers reboot that they're working on, which I think is like a bad idea since Bumblebee was fantastic. But again, you have like that idiot producer. What's his name? What's his face? Lorenzo Di Bonaventura.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That because he was like, oh, we had like 3 people on Twitter saying that they missed the action and brainlessness of the Bay movies. We take that feedback very seriously. He literally said that. So yeah.
Lorenzo Di Bonaventura has been a contentious person in the industry for about 25 years.
Yeah. Script, what have you heard about the Hasbroverse, if anything?
Other than some of my friends that are at Paramount are pretty excited for it. They're hoping that it's going to be popular because they're partners with them in that, if I recall correctly. Because I remember, I don't know if it's a long-term partnership or if it's just for a couple of films.
Is it like a 5-picture distribution deal or something?
I don't know the number.
Similar to the Marvel deal. It's similar to the deal that they had with Marvel. I think it's for 5 movies. But again, Paramount right now, they have every reason to be excited, even if it's just for 5 movies.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've gotten out of Transformers so far, basically. Anyway, sorry, Script. Go ahead.
No, it's quite all right. Like, yeah, they're the thing is, like, Paramount really wants that extra franchise association. I don't think they're going to get any of the better rights deals that they had with Marvel prior, but I think that however I mean, Snake Eyes is really kind of like the sort of Damocles at this point. There's some contention behind it, but there's other ones that they're looking at, like they want to do another G.I. Joe, they want to do another Transformers, and they want to kind of bring it back a little bit to the old 1980s style. Like that's what the rumor is. I don't know how accurate that's going to be, or if they're able to pull it off. But I'm really crossing my fingers that they get the right players in place, because Paramount has been doing the only thing all other studios has been doing, which is buying up as many specs and trying to sign as many writers as they possibly can to help build up their company again, because it's just been hemorrhaging money for a good decade now.
Yeah.
Rob, if you're there, then in that case you're muted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're talking G.I. Joe here. How excited are you for what you're hearing? What's your hopes for the Hasbroverse?
I am as excited as I was before I got my colonoscopy. Let me tell you.
Really? You're not even a little bit excited about it?
No, because that D-bag Henry Golding is playing Snake Eyes. I'm like, really, seriously, this douchebag, really? And that's
and
the
they
only
want
way.
to reveal his face. I guess the director and
Yeah.
the writer has his face revealed, which is not Snake Eyes. And
No, Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is a horror. He was in an accident. Listen, if I had to, I could I have any say in these matters. If I was gonna do the common wisdom is, well, he was in Vietnam and it's too old now. I'm like, so set it in Afghanistan. So set it in Iraq. So do something. You could modernize it. But the whole idea is that he is an outsider in this world full of like ninjas and assassins and everything. He's the outsider, and he is taken, and the Hard Master has taken favor with him, which causes a rift between him and Storm Shadow. That's the prodigal son,
But is there karate in it, Rob?
Well, there's gonna be buttloads of karate in it, but Henry Golding's a douchebag. I can't get around that. The guy's barely Asian. What the fuck? Come on.
I mean, I wasn't really big into G.I. Joe, but Snake Eyes never shows his face, right? That's like that just doesn't. That's like the claw from the guy from Inspector Gadget. You never see him, right?
Yeah. I mean, there you go.
Right.
There you go, Mandy. Number one, which I have in my comic book box out in the hallway.
We never get to see Cobra Commander's face either.
No, well, but still,
it's Joseph Gordon-Levitt, right? So.
What's it now? I ignored that in my
because
brain.
they saw Deadpool and they figured, oh, Deadpool's disfigured. Deadpool wears a mask. Deadpool uses swords. So let's make it just like Deadpool.
I don't know about
you
that.
mean the movie part? I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Again,
Deadpool wasn't around.
There are so many people creatively bankrupt right now. It's just fascinating that it's crazy to me.
It's a form of desperation because, again, what's touted around Hollywood is give me something new. And new doesn't always mean good. So out of desperation, they're like, oh, let's have Snake Eyes show his face. No one's ever seen that before. But like, boom, it's new. It's like, is that a good idea, though? Like, that's the thing you have to reconcile. And it's why writing is hard, because if you think it's easy, you're doing it wrong.
Right. I kind of understand the whole thinking of that. It must be difficult for a lot of writers to write for somebody who doesn't speak. Yep. But at the same time, there's a way to do it. They've done issues where there is no dialogue. It's all just panels with no dialogue, no narration. And some of those issues were the best ones.
That actually sounds awesome.
Well, it's like the old adage: better
cool.
be silent and thought of as being stupid than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Right.
So, I mean, you've
Isn't
got
that like some precedent who said that?
Abraham Lincoln, I think it was.
Right.
Yeah.
But on top of that, too, like the other part that's also unfortunate, especially because the industry is like a go, which is that if you were to be told, hey, you have to write this character, but he can't say a single word, he doesn't make a sound, and he's kind of a mercenary assassin for good guys. And most writers would panic where the other writers be like, okay, challenge accepted. And then they're told, yeah, and you got 6 weeks to write the script. It's like, oh, son of a
yeah, okay, that doesn't work.
Yeah, like exactly. You need at least a couple of weeks to figure out how you want to, do the narrative on that. And on top of that, how do you make the silent assassin more interesting or as interesting as the characters that he's going to be interacting with, so that you can actually have a coherent and engaging story?
You could probably do that.
The way the way I would write it is you show him on the helicopter on the rescue mission. He has his accident. He gets brought into the hospital, and then it goes into flashback of everything leading up to that. So you have you set the stage. Okay, he is disfigured, but what were the events that led up to this?
All right,
That's how I would
hold on now. Flashbacks should only be the last resort.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know what? But that's only a way. I tend to write a lot of stuff a lot of superhero stuff or a lot of comic book stuff like that. If it's going to be translated into a movie, but
that's the thing. Is like the flashback has to progress the story, not arrest it, so to speak. And that's that was one of my issues with the Daredevil film, whether it be the original theatrical or the remake, is that it ends up starting with a flashback. Like he's already got his fight, he's fallen inside the church, and then it's a flashback. It's like, okay, now we're just waiting for the climax, as opposed to being engaged into a story all the way through. And it was a story that didn't need that flashback moment, but was done as a mandate from the studio, because they're like, yeah, you're not starting the story off interestingly enough to hook the audience. And that's why Sonic the Hedgehog, the one movie that came out last year that is anything interesting, started with that formula. It basically said, oh, this is me, escaping these missiles, but we're going to pause now, and we're going to all the way back to before the story happened, and then we're going to just meet up back
and
here.
I just hate that. Every fucking story. Every fucking story. There's so many stories, films, TV series, whatever, that start with like, oh, here we go, and this happens. And then
24 hours earlier.
Yeah, 24 hours earlier. Like 5 minutes in, they go 24 hours earlier. And like, oh, for fuck's sake. That just kills all the momentum. And usually at that point, I switch the channel or kill the movie or whatever it is.
I wrote 5 pages of a Silver Surfer script, and actually it starts with the Watcher, and I took it directly from the Fox animated series. Behold the universe, infinitely complex but wondrously simple. It is my duty to record all that transpires, yet to never interfere, for I am the Watcher. And it would set the stage. It would explain, there would be the exposition, explain who the Kree are, who the Skrull are, who Galactus is. But then you would see the Silver Surfer over Alicia Masters, and he would be in pain. And then the camera would go into his retina and back into the Tracy Optinger, and then the story would essentially begin. So you have this setup. But okay, you know what? We have this up. Oh, here's this guy, the Silver Surfer. Now, who is he? And it would tell you about Zenla. It would tell you about the Kree, the Skrull, Galactus. And it would end. And the first act would end in that pivotal point where he becomes the Silver Surfer, and tragedy turns to triumph, and triumph turns tragic once more. It's what of this planet, Master? I made a promise to a nobleman once. That is not for one such as we. Now go, my herald. Seek out, for the great hunger is upon me again.
Right. But you didn't have to do that in a flashback. You didn't have to explain that in the first 5 minutes.
No, you don't, actually. You actually would better be to start with Galactus's approach to Zenla and then the people reacting to it, because then you're thrown into the story and you can actually hide the exposition in the actual actions and interactions.
That's why you're here, Script, to tell me this.
Yeah. And then Joey says George Takei is the Watcher. That's what I was thinking. And I wrote something. I wrote something once, and I sent it to Penthouse, and they sent it back to me and said never send them anything again.
That's George Takei, yeah.
What? Is that real?
No.
Oh.
No, but George Takei is a bit of a pervert.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, he didn't do that, but he probably did something even worse.
Yes, Chris Neville, the Galactus is not a giant fart cloud.
I mean, he did go on Howard Stern to check out dick sizes or whatever. Remember that? No. Takei, George Takei.
You bet I did. Oh my. Andre, I understand it's your birthday.
Oh my God, I've activated Takei.
Yes,
dear Lord, help us all.
Bill, Bill, you big blowhard, and I know a thing or two about blowing hard. Oh my.
Well, of course you'd want to measure dick sizes. You were always the bigger dick.
Oh, says the man.
That one didn't come out right.
Says the bigger dick. Says the man who had to have 10% larger credits in every episode. Sounds like you were compensating for something, Bill.
Yeah, my star power.
Speaking of oh my, we got an amazing super chat from Redogno7 who says for $50. Thank you so much. Gratulerer med dagen, which is happy birthday in Norwegian. Andre, may you get as much delightful entertainment in return as you have provided for me. Thank you for the great channel. Thank you for watching and supporting us. We really, really appreciate that. So thank you, and everyone else who have been sending super chats and well wishes. Another one to bring up on screen right now is Nelson Chereta, who says Dread Urban never showed his face. He was powerful and true to the character. It can be done. Just needs good writing and acting. Too much to ask. Indeed, and I will say, in my personal opinion, Carl Urban's Dread is the single best comic book movie ever made.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I'm pretty on board with
100%. 100%.
But you know why? I remember marketers using Dread as example as why you have to show the face, because it's like nobody knew it was Carl Urban behind the mask. It's like, no, they did.
Of course they did.
You just didn't do a good job selling the movie.
This was the same marketers that killed the movie with their own inept marketing campaign. And the
what marketing campaign? I didn't even hear about it.
No, it was Bomb Factory Lionsgate, and Lionsgate had the absolute worst marketing department of Hollywood at the time. I mean, they killed Dredd. They killed the Conan reboot. They killed Solomon Kane. They killed Punisher Warzone.
Yep.
Right, but did you ever see any marketing for Dread? I didn't see any marketing for Dread. I just had to find out through Google.
I saw
Sci-Fi Channel had some specials on it, like the making ofs types of stuff that they ran before the movie was released, and that was a bare minimum type of thing.
That was probably more like they wanted to do that because Sci-Fi Channel have to fill out their hours.
They got a lot of airtime to fill.
Yeah, they really do.
They can only play Plan 9 from outer space so many
Remember
times.
when Sci-Fi used to be worth a shit?
So
anyway,
Mandy, this is the issue though. Issue 21. This is the one where, like I said, no dialogue, no exposition, nothing. Just panels from splash page to the ending, and it's very. What's she saying?
You're muted.
Mandy.
She's muted. Yeah.
How the hell am I muted? I was sitting here
Because
talking.
I think you were muted and then you unmuted when you went.
I did. I coughed and I muted over here.
Well,
and
we
not
heard you
there.
go, and then you muted yourself.
Really? I thought I
I think you did the
Son of a
opposite.
bitch! I did it all wrong.
Complete with the Frogger ad on the back from Tom.
Nice.
I love that. No, I was gonna say, will you get some like a picture and send it to me so I can see the art inside, or hold it up and let me see the art? I want to see how they do that with no words, with no dialogue. That would have been difficult for the artist, I think. I feel
Don't you think characters are more impressive when you don't see the face under the mask? I mean, we have examples of that throughout cinematic and television history where you didn't see the face of Darth Vader. They revealed that at the very end, which I still consider very unnecessary.
I didn't like that.
Adam West barely took off the cowl for Batman in 3 seasons, and it seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah.
And then you have, of course, Cobra Commander in the cartoons. I mean, do you want to see Cobra Commander's face in a G.I. Joe film? No.
No, because he looks like Jason Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah.
My point is the characters are more ominous or more impressive because there's mystery there. It's the same reason why lingerie is more. It can be more enticing than pure nudity.
Absolutely,
right. Yeah, that's true.
I agree with you.
Darth Vader was never scarier than in Empire.
Oh God, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you get just that peek that like you don't get to see, you just get to see from behind, and you're just kind of given this idea that this is This
There's a
guy
deeper
is just
story there.
Yeah, you're not sure what the
mutilated
fuck's
monster.
going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah,
And he's much more controlled than in A New Hope. In A New Hope, he's kind of like a loose cannon. He's just fucking
because he's got
choking
focus.
people out left and right. And in Empire, he's like cold and calculating.
Well, he's going to get that fucking kid no matter what. That's why.
And there's no guarantee that
But
he's
really cold. It makes him so much better as a bad guy because he's just really onto that being like calculating and
this is
like a psychopath. He's not a crazy guy. He's more of a psychopath.
He's
than
a
Well, and he
methodical
kicks ass throughout
psychopath.
the entire movie. He wins. He beats them in the first battle.
Yeah.
Sends them running. Then he comes in and he kicks Han Solo's ass.
He's got
And
all
then he
these
comes in
fucking
and
nice
kicks Luke's ass.
one-liners.
Yeah.
He's got all the nice the one-liners like, apology accepted, Captain Nita. That good stuff.
This is one for Andre. So this one, the Apocalypse War.
I am
Good Dread,
yeah,
yes.
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. That's a great comic too. That's one of the best Dread stories ever.
Yes, this was very good. This one's very good.
Yeah.
I gotta
point on Doom.
reread all those things. I haven't read those things since I was 12.
That's where I'm at. I need to go back and read a bunch that I haven't picked up since I was little, because there's a ton of them that I need to reread. But you guys, I'm so sorry, but I do need to go.
Yes, you do. I forgot to.
No, you're fine.
Like 10, 15 minutes ago, you were going to leave. But yeah.
You're fine. But before I do, I don't know that I've ever done this on a stream before, but Andre, I am going to channel my inner Marilyn and I am going to sing you happy birthday. So.
Fantastic.
Right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Giggity.
I got the giggity.
Damn it, Rob.
Happy birthday, dear Andre. Happy birthday to you. So there you go.
Hey, David. I think I just
birthday.
inoculated.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Seriously, you guys, this was a blast. Thank you to everybody in the chat. You guys are freaking amazing. I love you guys so much. I hope that you guys are here tomorrow night for Toxic Film with me and your favorite gals.
Right.
Come hang out with us over here. And Andre, just the happiest of birthday. I hope you had a great day and I hope you get the best of sleep tonight.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate all of that, and
thank you for being here, Mandy.
Thanks for the beautiful song, and everyone, check out Mandy's channel. Check out her work. Check out your amazing comic books, and also be back for Toxic Femininity tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone should check out the beautiful Mandy.
Aw, thank you guys. All right. I love you guys to the moon and back. I'm going to go get some ice cream because I'm jealous that Andre probably got some today and I haven't. So,
well, Rob and I ate all the ice cream cake in the back. So
I know. I saw that. That's why I'm leaving because there wasn't no damn ice cream.
now I want to go to Dairy Queen and get an ice cream cake. But anyway,
I'm going to Popeyes get chicken sandwich. Damn it.
Take care, Mandy.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. I love that line. That's one of my favorite Beavis and Butthead lines. Hey, Beavis, I think I just inoculated. And you know the one I watched last night that I always loved, Andre, because I know you love Beavis and Butthead too.
No,
one where Beavis and Butthead play football, and because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And Beavis kicks that guy in the nuts and he just goes running with the football. He's like, hey, get back here with my football. Where's that kid going? Just keeps running.
Yeah, it's such a good show. It's such a good show. But we have a few more super chats to run through, so I want to get caught up a little bit on those. Dash D's says for 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. My dad worked at the phone company. A friend of mine would come over to my house and dial 6 numbers, and they showed up on his bill. And the office folks would see it. He didn't believe it wasn't me. Couldn't sit for a week. Yeah.
No.
I was... that's a rough ordeal right there.
Bad friend.
But yeah. I guess we all have some stories, but with friends like those, who needs enemies?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mango Badger says for $10, Andre, a very happy birthday to you, sir. Raising a flagon of mead in your honor. Love, peace, and above all else, rock and roll. It's awesome. Thanks so much. Zach C sent us a cake super sticker, and so did. So thank you so much for those. And Andrew Fellows says for £5 British, hello everyone, happy birthday, Andre. Been watching since Trankgate. Keep up the good work.
Wow.
Love the videos representing the Black Country, England. Well, thank you so much. I'm a big fan of England myself, and I can't wait to go back to England again once it's possible to travel. And and also thanks to everyone who's been here that long since Trankgate. That's going on 6 years now. So that's
when will we get to travel?
I hope by August. I don't believe by August, but I hope by August.
You know what's weird is I think they allowed restaurants to open up where I'm at because Taco Bell was open today, like the actual dining room part.
That's not a restaurant, Tom.
What?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah. What are you talking about, Taco Bell?
I will hit you, culture.
Tom likes his Taco Bell.
I know it's not really Mexican food, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Mexican. I mean, I like Taco Bell as much as the next guy, but you know, you gotta just make sure your toilet is in order before you eat that shit.
I was born in the Taco Bell. Okay, I was molded by it.
Okay.
I worked for Taco Bell.
You could achieve liftoff.
I gave my gallbladder to Taco Bell. So,
all right.
Well, you don't really need that anyway. So.
No,
that's true.
Yeah,
it helps with processing. I mean, you kind of need it. All right.
Yeah, probably.
It got in the way of me and my Taco Bell. Okay.
Yeah. But did you lift off? Do you lift off?
I don't have. Only Rob has those issues.
Oh.
And then he's got.
I thought that was like normal. Like whenever you go Taco Bell, you have to sort of.
I know that's the joke.
Enforce your
porcelain
can.
You got to reinforce the porcelain.
Yeah.
Yeah, do an adamantium bowl, and then maybe. But again,
adamantium.
No, I've
shit
never
bowl.
eaten a Taco Bell. So, but Tom has immunity, so he probably would know either.
Diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, diplomatic immunity.
Well, we have a few more super chats. Snail Messiah says for 20 Danish krona, come to Copenhagen, Andre. I'll get you Danish drunk now. That sounds awesome. That sounds like a plan. And Larry says, happy birthday, Andre. Best Bond villain voice ever. Well, thank you so much, I guess. And Master Clockwork says, gratulerer med dagen. Well, thank you so much. That's happy birthday in Norwegian.
What does that mean literally?
Gratulerer med dagen. Literally, it means congratulations on the day.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it literally means.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
And William Sova says, holy cow, happy birthday, Andre. Hope it goes well, but since it's your birthday, are we going to form a raiding party and sack Hollywood? We will, as soon as it's possible to travel there. When we get our long boat in order, then go and sack Hollywood.
Just got to get through TSA.
Yeah.
It'd be easier for me to mail myself.
You could FedEx yourself.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
That's plan B.
And Oliver Klosov says, happy lap around the sun. Hope for more. Oh, that's astronomical right there. So thanks for that. And
did you slingshot around and go back and get a whale?
I love that reference.
Yeah, nice one. Very nice. Yeah, we'll catch that on
There'll
the
be
return
whales.
trajectory.
There'll be whales in here.
And while we have a dip here in a second, I want to introduce another friend to the panel. And when I say friend, this guy's been with us for so long. Welcome, Gary of Nerdrotic, somebody we've known for years. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Gary. How you doing?
I'm late to the party. What's up,
Nah,
Script?
you're never late, man.
I'm doing
Fashionably late.
Fashionably late. Happy birthday, Andre.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
No problem. You know, just out doing my hail green laser. I was out hanging out with Bubba, baby Bubba, you know, the little one, going out and working out and stuff. But I was listening to you guys while I was in the gym and stuff. It was good stuff.
Oh, nice.
All right,
Yeah,
no
so you can
camera
work
in
out now.
but we got the right crowd here.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, no, just relaxing, hanging out. Been like live for like more than 2 hours already. So you came to like the after party more or less. But it's great to have you. So how are things in your new location? You can work out now. So that's like must be like a huge improvement.
It's like we're opening up here in California a little bit right when I'm about to leave, but it'll probably close again soon. That's the rumor anyway. About what? When we get close to winter, we'll probably be shutting down again. But it's nice for now. I'm enjoying it. It was a nice hot day today. It's like 80 something degrees. There's not a cloud in the sky. So I decided to go outside, which is a rare thing for a YouTuber. The sun burned my skin.
You're
I
fine
know
as
that
long as it
feeling.
doesn't start to smolder. Once you start seeing smoke, run back inside.
Yeah, that's when you're Dracula. Yeah.
First, the angry
sign
light
of
in the sky
blistering.
scares me. So
Yeah, first sign of blistering. Die for shade.
what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. You know what? I got to go through Falcon and Winter Soldier again, and I was really I wanted to tell you all how much I really love the boat. The boat is. I need more boat.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
We are.
I haven't been watching Falcon and Winter Soldier, so I have
No, neither have I actually. I haven't seen
No,
any of
I
it.
just heard it sucked ass, so I didn't watch it.
I haven't been able to build up the motivation, and I haven't had the conscience to ask either Tom or Rob to suffer through it, because I've heard nothing but bad
Right.
stuff from it, and I was so let down by WandaVision. It just burned me on all of Marvel TV.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone kept telling me, just hang in there, it'll get better, and then it just got worse. Like Jesus fucking.
Well, it's kind of ironic because their films technically follow a TV model, but when they actually do TV, they can't seem to nail the television model at all.
You know why? You know why? Script, because they insisted on a fucking CW ending. She tortured an entire town of over 1,000 people for a month. And it's just like, oh, shucksy doodles, there she goes. She's just walking away. I wish there was something we could do to stop her.
Yeah. No, it's even worse.
And they arrested them.
It's like she did such an amazing job. Those swine in the village, those scum people, they have no idea.
She's so stunning. She was so stunning and brave, living with it. You don't know what she sacrificed.
Yeah, she sacrificed those guys.
1,000 people in town, and for some reason, the head of SWORD gets arrested for not
trying to
committing any
stop her.
crime.
Trying to stop her.
Yeah.
And all she sacrificed were
He's the bad
figments
guy.
of her own imagination. That's like so Gary, is Falcon and the Winter Soldier a step in the right direction, or is it just heading down the MCU, as you've been warning us for years now, quite prophetically?
It's heading straight in that direction, and it's a shame. It's a shame because Paul Bettany and Elizabeth Olsen and Sebastian Stan and Anthony Mackie are all great in their roles. They're great. Even with this crappy writing, they're charming enough to like hold it together for a minute so you could get kind of interested in the show. And Baron Zemo was pretty good. But no, every time I think Quartering tweeted about this, and my God, we have been talking about it for all of us for a couple of years here, is every scene they have to put the quote unquote marginalized person in a position of power, whatever they perceive. I'm talking about their rules, not how you regular folk who practice common sense see things. But every scene there has to be Anthony Mackie is apologetic, or Sebastian Stan is apologetic, or they're giving credit to the bad guy. Like there was a scene where Bucky's like, was it Bucky? No, it was the soldier from the first episode. He's all, Carly is really good at what she does. And I was like, how many times did they say that about the Red Skull, or in the comics, Doctor Doom, or even in the MCU about any villain at all?
It didn't need to be said because actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Gary, though, I do not buy this Erin Kellyman as a villain. I don't. She's just too cutesy pie, and like she's look at her, she's so sweet and innocent. They're trying to play that up, but I don't buy her because a bunch of terrorists, bunch of international terrorists, are not going to follow her. And if this whole thing like Memphis Nest, like I had the same problem. He's like, yeah, a bunch of space pirates are going to follow her. And somebody actually said on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, oh, yeah, but they were real life female pirates. I'm like, yeah, but it's not 1630 anymore, okay? Where the maximum the life expectancy was 35 years old.
No, you don't want to know how they managed to get the power that they got.
I was just going to say, and those women are probably scarier than half the men on the boat.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, scarier and playing them all.
We're talking Mama from Dread.
Yeah. You know what? They never hold her up as a female villain. I never heard like Lena Headey's name come up as an example of how you should write a female villain.
Right, but she was a great female villain. She was
scary as fuck. You kidding me?
Because they haven't seen Dread, which is one of the best movies ever made. She was great.
Yeah.
But
absolutely perfect.
But a man kills her at the end. So.
Oh my God.
That's problematic. Yeah, and they kind of introduced Madame Hydra in the episode.
Yep.
So
Julia Louis-Dreyfus, right?
Right.
I know. It's because she was on Veep. That's their thinking. That's it.
Yeah. So this then was supposed to be their Agatha Harkness moment, like, oh, we have Madame Hydra.
No, it was really subtle.
It's Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
It's incredibly subtle, and you've got to know her name, and because they don't come out and say, "Hi, I'm Madame Hydra," and it's a grounded version, right? So it's just supposed to be, but it's showing that Hydra is there. And maybe it'll, we got one episode, so they could flip this whole thing on its head. That's why I haven't totally come out yet, because they could, change everything in the last episode, and that would be great. But Tim Pool tweeted out today that he thinks it's very anti-woke. So maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think you are.
I don't. Yeah, it's walking the line at best on its favorability, but really it isn't, because unfunny Maya Rudolph, who's the leader of this group, her clear motivations to why she's trying to do that stuff, it's not present. I don't get exactly the concept of why they're called flag smashers and why they're doing this type of stuff. We're not seeing the world in a state where we can understand why this type of organization would exist. They're not showing us that part. And if they are, it's very, very casual. I mean, the closest we got was that bank loan scene, which was really cringe.
Yep.
And that was it. I mean, that's not enough. Like you're dealing with half the human population returning suddenly. There's a lot you can mine from that, and they just gloss over it. And they didn't have to.
You know what they could have done? They could have done an hour documentary style special on D+ about the blip, because it requires that. We need to know the fundamentals of this, because I brought up that, did the Avengers just go ahead and do this without telling anybody? Did we're going to bring back half the population on a whim 5 years later and not tell any government officials, not think for 1 minute, like where these people are going to reappear? Or anything, and it's because they didn't give it that much thought, and it does. That's why I think with this whole multiverse thing, there's a great reset coming in the MCU that's going to look a lot like Secret Wars. If anybody remembers Secret Wars, it's pretty much the last thing I read.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I kind
the
of
remake Secret Wars.
Yeah, but not the original one, which is great.
Oh, not the Beyonder one.
No, the one that came out afterwards, where they they molded the Ultimate Universe into the 616, and they brought in Miles Morales and stuff.
Which is kind of funny because that was a rumor I had heard a while back, which is where all this stuff is supposed to head after this whole, into the multiverse and madness stuff.
As I call the all new, all different, all canceled Marvel.
Yep. Well, if you think about it, they're going down the list of the events they did since Civil War, right? Because we're heading into Dark Reign, I think, a little bit, and they're doing them out of order because they did a Ragnarok, and they're doing a Secret Invasion special, and these are all the things that followed Civil War, right? Annihilation is like the one I would like to see, which they can't do because that requires all the galactic characters, which was the best one, by the way, by far. So if you want to read a good, it's probably affordable because you'll find most of them in your dollar bin, but anything from the Annihilation crossover, which happened right around Civil War time, was really, really good. And then it goes into Secret Wars and then Civil War 2 and all with the Captain Marvel. That's when things started getting really bad.
That's where they're heading toward. Gary, let me ask you while I got you here, what's holding up a Nova movie? Because if they want to do galactic characters, why haven't we got a Nova movie yet?
That's a good question because they could
they
really
introduced Nova Corps. Yeah,
they did in Guardians of the Galaxy, and it was popular.
Well, I think James Gunn getting fired got derailed a lot of that. What do you think, Gary? I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah, probably.
I agree.
They also jumped like 20
years
in stories because as soon as they finished, like they introduced Civil War way too early in this MCU franchise.
Yep. Yeah, the characters were. I mean, there was the third movie essentially. It's almost like doing a Watchmen movie in 2007 instead of maybe now. But it was way too early, and we don't have. That's the problem with Falcon Winter Soldier, like introducing Isaiah, the Truth, and all this stuff. Is there isn't enough of these main characters, and you're retiring them. You're retiring Chris Evans as Captain. You're trying the. I mean, the character of Captain America pretty much is confirmed dead in the last episode. So that's a bummer.
He died of old age, like in his sleep or something. Yeah, bummer.
Yeah.
Well, the whole point of like introducing Isaiah Bradley is kind of make you feel guilty about rooting for Cap, isn't it? I mean, oh look, you were rooting for Cap, but it was a black man who was exploited by the government.
A literature devil just destroyed that narrative. At least he's the first one I saw post Iron Patriot stuff.
Oh yeah, because they redid Brody as Iron Patriot because wasn't it Norman Osborn for a while?
Yeah.
But
it was Norman Osborn, but they made it Rhodey in the movie.
Yeah, and it made good sense, at least in Iron Man 3 of that. For that.
But besides James Gunn, do you think holding it up is like they really, if they're going to go down all new, all different Marvel? I mean, they're going to want to do Sam Alexander rather than Richard Rider.
Yeah,
as far as
yeah, absolutely. That's what they're going towards. And I think they said they're going to introduce him and they're going to make him younger, so he'll be part of. Maybe they'll adapt the Champions.
Oh God!
Oh, I know, right?
Oh God,
but they couldn't get to their failing material fast enough.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, so we're going to accelerate past years, decades of incredible material just to get to our particular segment of storylines that we own outright and tell our stories. And they're going to lose so many people because they're going to be so uninterested in just how disgusting all of the stories they tried to tell were. I can't even believe it.
Andre, how big of a fan, like 1 to 10, were you of the MCU anyway?
I was 8 out of 10. I generally really, really enjoyed what they were doing, especially the cosmic stuff. And I was so excited for all of the potential storylines that could come. So I say that I was. Now I like a 1 out of 10. Like, I don't care anymore. I really don't. WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier that I haven't even seen, they just killed it for me. I'm hoping that Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is going to be good, but But really, anything before then, yeah, I think maybe Loki's can have its moments.
Yeah.
But outside of Loki and Doctor Strange, there's nothing I care about. Not one announced or rumored project is anything I have the slightest interest in. Outside of those two, Loki and Multiverse of Madness.
I keep saying, Gary, please give us an A-Force movie, because you will ensure like future content for the Phantom Menace for years to come, because that will bomb so hard. That'll be a big. It's at this point, what will be a bigger bomb? A-Force, Fat Man, or Little Boy? I mean, that's I cannot tell you. I will get so many like the TNA Force jokes out of this. They're invincible, but only for 28 days. They have just 4 days a month where they could be beaten. So I mean, really. Right. And I've been canceled again. So
well, there's all those in WandaVision too, but you can't.
And what I find so frustrating is, as you say, like they skipped through decades worth of great material to get straight into the worst of the worst. I mean, I can't wait until they get into Heroes Reborn, which they're doing again in the comics right now. And they have so much good stuff. Like, it wasn't just the Infinity Gauntlet, as someone is pointing out in the comments here. You had like a whole Infinity trilogy. You had the whole Adam Warlock and his thing with Thanos going on. That was amazing. Everything that Jim Starlin wrote was amazing. And even on like the like street level, Garth and his Punisher stories, both those he did under the Marvel Knights label, and especially the Max label. I mean, just do that and put it on FX. Why can't they do that? No,
well, they wasted
no,
Ultron too. That was the other big tragic part. Like Ultron should have been a fantastic story, and really buffered out the Infinity Saga. Because again, that's a really interesting. That's a tragic type of character. Like something built for good that turns on its creator. It's a great concept, and it's something you could do for more than just one movie. Yeah,
I see someone in the comments bring up She-Hulk. I believe that She-Hulk just like entered productions, as in filming, the other day. Did it not?
I think so. Yeah.
This is also something I couldn't care less about.
It's sad because I really wanted to see She-Hulk on screen. I wanted to see a good interpretation, but we've already seen two examples right now that Marvel does not know how to do TV.
But no, I'm sorry to cut you off there. Because from a selfish standpoint, I want a Daredevil Born Again in some form. I want that, whether it's a series or a film. I just want that Daredevil. That's incredible. I'm like, but in this era, they're just gonna fuck it up.
Yeah, they're close to it.
The writing staffs are guaranteeing these shows are poor. I mean, and that's the She-Hulk is going to be a premium example of that because of the who was in the writer's room for the show. So I'm just and I'm going to say right now, as much as I would love to be looking forward to Loki, I'm setting my expectation bar at 5. It's not a 7. It's not a 9. It is at 5 at best. And I don't even anticipate it jumping. Or
are they supposed to get She-Hulk right?
Let me reasonable.
Treat Hulk with any respect.
Let me just say this. First of all, okay. I have no hope for Thor: Love and Thunder. Okay, I think that is going to be Marvel's first high-profile bomb. If it's not, I will gladly admit I'm wrong. Okay, but I have zero hope for it. But the other thing is this: we are left with essentially we have Cap is an old man, and he's dead. Robert Downey Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man's dead. Thor they humiliated. We are essentially left with what I call the practice squad. These are the heroes that, you thought nobody gave a shit about Captain America or Iron Man before the MCU. Nobody gives a shit about Falcon and Winter Soldier now. I mean, yeah, okay, they're great characters in other people's movies, but nobody gives a shit about this. And nobody is going to give a shit about Jane Foster Thor. And nobody is going to give a shit about She-Hulk. And nobody is going to give a shit about Scarlet Witch when she appears in the Multiverse of Madness. I could be wrong. I always paraphrase. I always say I could be wrong, but nobody is gonna give a shit about this because, as you've said, Gary, I've said it, you said it, we've all said it. Recast these fucking parts. Treat them like James Bond. Recast. I don't give a shit that people are attached to Chris Evans as Captain America. Somebody out there. You can find somebody out there to carry it on. Otherwise, and you've said this, they're going to have to reboot the whole universe. And that is not going to end well because it's going to take years again to build it back up.
Yeah. I mean, if they feel so much, if they feel so strongly about Sam Wilson, Captain America, then why not make Captain America 4 starring Anthony Mackie?
Because because they obviously they don't have the confidence to do it.
No, they don't. And God, She-Hulk was I did this was way before. This is back in my podcasting days. When they announced that they were going to do Captain Marvel over She-Hulk, and I was, me and my co-host were like, no. She-Hulk is like the one Marvel character that you own right now. That I wasn't aware of the Universal deal at the time, but that should have been the female character they start with. Even though it's a derivative character, there was such a unique take on it by John Byrne. He did Deadpool before Deadpool, and they could have made it fun, and it could still be like a true feminist version, a little sexy, but not like what we're going to get now, which is going to be how can I say this without getting in
Sexy
trouble?
and Independent was the original, and then what it is going to be now is going to be like
been played by
abrasive and resentful.
Yes.
Yeah,
Gina Carano would be perfect.
Very
as
pissed
She-Hulk.
off girl.
Yes. Yeah.
I keep putting that picture of Carol Danvers and when she first puts on the black costume with the lightning bolt, where she says, "Damn, I look good."
Yeah.
And that pisses off. You don't know how many feminists I've pissed off with that one.
Yeah.
it's like the clock that counts the national debt in Times Square.
Miss Marvel. I miss Miss Marvel. But yeah, I heard the title. This just in. The title for the She-Hulk series is going to be the intersectional She-Her Hulk. Just so you know.
Yes, of course. Of course, it will.
Well, what's also a big step is that
from behind the writing of that series.
Well, one of them is Dana Schwartz,
former Jared Kushner employee Dana Schwartz. We have to, because we know
what.
Yeah,
All right,
she used to, but she wrote a very strong letter to Jared saying that she didn't like his practices. So that makes
all
it
right.
okay.
So let's play 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. How many degrees from JJ?
That was actually covered in one of our videos, but before we answer that, we have another special guest with us today, Mr. Razorfist. How are you doing, sir?
Hey,
hey, Razor.
He doesn't
hey,
look,
how's everyone doing?
he doesn't look all that well. He's a disembodied floating boob.
I know. Hold on a moment. I'm
He's
gonna
working on
edit
that.
the avatar. Just get off my nut. I'm that vain. Fuck you.
He wants
So Andre, way to age.
Yes, absolutely. It comes to us all, I guess.
We're ushering in your imminent mortality.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, many others are going to go before I do. So
I will for sure.
That's a good way to put it.
That's a Conan way to put it. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ.
Well, he is kind of Conan.
A little bit.
I will dance upon the graves.
Yes, indeed.
The lamentation of the women.
I was gonna say, how many lamentations of the women have you heard lately?
Kill the women, take the goats.
A gentle.
Is that the order you're supposed to do it in? God damn it!
Wait.
Okay, for context, before you guys way earlier today, somebody sent us the Norwegian Viking birthday song or whatever it was. It was hilarious.
It was hilarious and boring at the same time.
Yeah, it got a little monotonous about 2 minutes in, but it overstayed its welcome. But
really, how many now? Who has to blow the churches out for that cake? How was that? Nobody else got that joke. Come on, God damn it, Norway. Come on, people.
Of course, I get it, but yeah.
Okay, you explain it then.
All right, I choked on my water there.
Yeah, no, like you had like this thing with a certain musical group that decided, hey, let's worship this Satan thing, and these wooden churches, they're really good Kindle. So,
okay.
So yeah, Razorfist, what's up?
Not a whole lot. I've been rocking. Gosh, we were supposed to do a Solomon Kane video a long time ago, and the tabletop game just came out, so I've been trying to set up a stream for playing that. It's a like a RPG type thing.
Yeah, I know someone who was involved with it.
Nice. Well, it turned out fucking great. It's absolutely fantastic. So it really makes me realize like there should have been a goddamn video game. I don't understand how there wasn't. There's been like 9.5 billion Conan games of varying quality, let's be honest.
Right.
And not one Solomon Kane game. Lots of games ripping off Solomon Kane. But
yeah, I was about to say, of course, let us not forget about the game for the Sega Mega Drive, Shakan, because that was a Solomon Kane ripoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then more recently, Grim Dawn, and God, there's even some Solomon Kane bits in Bloodborne.
Dark Souls, I believe, or is it Bloodborne or is it Dark Souls?
Bloodborne, whatever, same difference.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Wow, all I'm waiting for is a DS9 game from Razor Fist. That's when are you doing that?
We got some DS9 games of average quality. They were okay. We got Deep Space Nine: The Fallen on PC back in like '99 or something.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you have to make a game now.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
Nowadays, what the cast and crew seem to think DS9 actually was, I may have to turn Morn into a pan-gendered space enemy or fucking. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you saw the documentary too, huh?
That could be a big problem,
right? Yeah. So I don't know about that one. And Odo, God knows what Odo would be turning into in his private time.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, let's not think about that.
So what did you get anything decent on your birthday, Andre?
Yeah, I got a few cool things. None of them Conan related and stuff, but I have a pretty decent collection already.
You sound a little bitter about that.
Yeah.
Well, not to bring it down even more, Gary brought up to me that they canceled that Mezco doll, man.
Mezco, yeah. The 1/12 scale, which looked pretty damn good.
Yeah.
That sucks, but
Barbarian Barbie.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That was it. I've got the 1/6 scale one though. So
is that the one with the removable loincloth?
Yes, and removable limbs. And yeah.
Lovely.
But yeah, he's a eunuch, unfortunately.
Right.
Damn it.
Oh, then it's perfectly okay that they cancel him like that.
Right.
Well, and if Crom doesn't help you, you can do it yourself.
Yeah. We used to actually have it at the comic store I worked at. We used to have a guy we had all these nicknames for all the customers. It was really bad. Just rest assured, if you frequent a comic book store at any point in your life, someone has assigned you a nickname if you have any kind of idiosyncrasy whatsoever. And
Gary,
we had this guy.
Is this true, Gary?
He's going to plead the fifth.
I would love to know what my name was.
So we went. This guy would come in all the time, and he was a perv. He was a massive perv, and we would.
Oh, we had those in the video store too. But anyway, continue.
You get them everywhere. Yeah, we absolutely. They're at every single business. So especially specialty retail.
Yeah.
So this cat would come in, and he'd get porn comics. He'd get like, what were some of the names of the porn comics? Milk. He'd get like Catmandu. He was into furry comics. He'd be, he'd get like a bunch of them, and then he'd get Sonic the Hedgehog. And you're like,
of course.
We would profile too, Razor Fist. Like they, the ones who would get Milk and Sonic the Hedgehog would also get Robin. And
you felt like an FBI profiler sometimes. You really did. It was like, so how many copies of Sonic he got this week is the number of preteen bodies buried under his garage. Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
But seriously, this guy, that wasn't even the worst part of it. he would get 5 copies of the same Sonic comic. And we were like, does he have
creepy.
At first, I was creeped out because I thought maybe he's got a family, like kids or something. And then my manager took me aside and said, "Oh, sweet summer child, that is the Befouler. He buys He buys 1 copy for reading and 4 copies for befouling.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh. I had a guy.
Could have been worse.
He ordered anime figures, the very accurate anime figures, but he really disliked that they were missing pubic hair, so he would paint pubic hair. And he loved to tell me about it.
And that brings me to why I mentioned the story to begin with. The guy would buy those pervy, like what are the names of the figure? Like the little box figurines they were pervy and the clothes would come off.
Yes.
And he would get fucking 6 at the same one.
Yep.
Oh, come on. You could at least clean that off. What do you do?
Yeah.
But anyway, he would. So yeah, that was why I mentioned it, is they had the removable clothing and oh man, it was unfortunate. He would special order all these creepy statues. Like he was at least 70% of the porn sales at that store. It was, and he looked like John Bolton. Like what? He had like a white handlebar mustache and like he had a gray mullet. It was unfortunate. It smelled like an outhouse. It really completes the portrait. I'm really painting with words right now.
Did he awfully asked to invade other countries?
Yes. Kept trying to talk to me about WMDs in Iraq. It was fucking weird. Very strange.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I cut the guy off, the pube painter, and he went on a Yelp mission to destroy my store.
Oh,
he would write manifestos on Yelp. It was great.
Manifestos. See, we didn't, when I worked there, Yelp did exist, but it wasn't that big of a thing when I worked at the comic store. So it was, people couldn't like end your career over Yelp the way they can sometimes now. So.
Yeah, he was an elite member of Yelp. He worked his way up to elite.
The guy was aware that there wasn't such, obviously, because he used Yelp, that there is the internet and you can just order things over the internet. Maybe part of his jollies were ordering in public or what?
Getting the reaction from the customer service staff.
Yeah, from the store.
Yeah, he got off on that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I mean, I literally got off on that.
No, but speaking of getting
on night here.
Yeah.
Culture Casino has to get off the screen, and we appreciate you coming in, brother. He's one of our lovely tech guys. He helps us behind the scenes a lot, but he also has his own channel, and I hang out there on Tuesday afternoons, so do check out Culture Casino's channel. Anything to say quick before you go?
No, other than to just say, Andre, again, happy birthday. I'm glad I was able to hang out here with all these luminaries and amazing creators, but mostly happy birthday, because that's why we're here. Anyway, everybody have a great night. Thanks for having me. See ya.
And thanks for being here.
Take care.
Love you, Culture. Take care, brother. All right.
I got a bug too.
Oh, well, thank you for coming in, Gary. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
So, Andre,
it's always a pleasure to have you on.
So, Andre, what are your plans? Are they remain indoors or remain indoors?
Well, actually, I'm in Norway, so tomorrow I have a few plans. I have to do like some formalities regarding Midnight's Edge and the Midnight's Edge Espanol, and then I'm going to go out and I'm going to run because I've been eating for a little bit too much since it was my birthday. I'm going to do some push-ups. I'm going to lift some weights. It's going to be awesome. So here in Norway, I'm not.
You're going to push the wheel of pain.
Yes, I will be pushing the wheel of pain.
There's a
happy birthday, Andre.
Take care, Gary. Thank you so much for coming in, brother.
See you later.
Like,
you know, Andre, there is a saying: if the body is moving, the mind cannot be depressed. You know that.
Yeah, exactly. So no, I haven't been like working out properly for a while. So that's actually something. Tomorrow I'm gonna go out. It's nice weather. I'm gonna run a couple of kilometers, and I'll be pushing some weights. And it's gonna be freaking awesome.
When was the last time you could do that?
In Norway, in my area, a month and a half ago.
Christ.
Okay, so it wasn't that long ago.
We've been like in a lockdown for the last month and a half, where like the gyms have been forced to
close. So it wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't. And then last I heard is that they're going to reassess opening the gyms again like next week. But I'm not waiting any longer. Like I need to move. I need to feel the resistance.
Right.
Not the hashtag resistance, but the
No, not that one.
Not that one. We've had enough of that one.
Right. Exactly.
Or not enough, depending on how you choose to look at it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so no, I'll try not to be more inside than absolutely necessary. So yeah, that's because that's like the thing with lockdowns. They vary a little bit from region to region in exactly what's mandatory and how strictly it's enforced. And we got it.
I don't know
good,
how strictly
all in
do you enforce them over there.
On paper, very strictly. In practice, slightly different matter. There have been like the only thing that I know of where like they really clamped down was when there was like one person that had tested positive, that was ordered to stay in isolation and quarantine, and who went on a public bus.
Wow.
They clamped down pretty hard on that one. That was like a real heavy fine.
Okay, that's understandable. That's understandable.
And then the Prime Minister violated regulations for her own 60th anniversary and was fined accordingly, which was fun.
Yeah.
So like it's practice, but not as strictly as you think. So
Yeah,
right.
We've got it pretty good, all in all.
It's kind of hard to take seriously when the international community is like lauding China for their social distancing programs.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Anyone see the video of Chinese New Year?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean with the pool parties?
S to elbow. I mean, Jesus Christ! It's a thoroughfare, not a clown car. People, like it was ridiculous. It's kind of hard to take the social distancing stuff seriously when they're supposed to be the exemplar of its enforcement.
Yes.
Absolutely. And we also have a birthday wish from filmmaker and actor Tom Conkle for Andre as well. He's not able to make it. He's actually busy working. So there you go.
Working on something really cool right now.
Well, I'm really, really happy to hear that you are busy working, Tom. And thanks for the kind wishes. Really appreciate that. Our watch party of that.
I didn't. I was invited. I think Tom invited me. Yeah. I wasn't, or I was out and about when it happened, unfortunately. But I would have enjoyed it very, very much because I watched it a while back, and I realized when I talked with him, I had confused his movie with another one. There were two neo-noir that came out right around the same time. It was his movie and a movie called Blackout. That's also really good. It's also on Amazon. But those are cool. You know, people need to start making noir again.
Yes,
they really do. Especially here in the States.
You're a huge fan of that, aren't you?
I do. Yeah, I have a ongoing series called Film Noir Archives where
that's what I thought.
Break down individual film noir and kind of dissect them. They're like video essays. They're nothing like my other content. There's no dick jokes or humor in it. It's just the standard phallic symbolism of cinema of that era because of the Hays Code censorship.
yeah, I've seen those. Those are awesome. That's where I got it from. I wasn't sure where I remembered it from, but now I know.
Yeah, it's like one of those labor of love kind of things, kind of like the Shadow podcast that I do.
Oh, I love that Shadowcast.
You have to fantastic. I'm sorry, what?
I love the Shadowcast. That is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, cool. You listen?
Oh, yeah. I've been listening for the last, 4 months. I caught up already, so I'm looking forward to the next one you have. Excellent. And I've got the books. Like, I used to have the Pulps hardcover, and then my mom sold them when I went away to college, which really upset me. So I've been slowly recollecting them, but I did manage to get, legit digital copies, but they're just not the same. Right. So I've just been on the hunt trying to find them at, used bookstores and eBay and all that stuff just to redo the collection, because I had, almost 150 of them.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm almost with the double novels, I'm almost up to 150. I got a lot of them now. But speaking of which, right here.
Nice
action right there. But
oh, nice.
But seriously, the Andre, to circle back around to you, buddy, that is one thing that you need to cover is the shadow desperately, because I discovered your channel.
It's on the list of things to do. I've just been like so busy with other things, but I assure you, in our series of pulp era retrospectives, last one being Sorrow, the Shadow is coming. I promise. I already have some early work on the script done, so it's just a matter of finishing it up. Other things coming in that series is, of course, Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers, plus then, of course, the Shadow. So I'm working on that, and of course, I already have the Shadow movie. Plus, if you've seen our Phantom movie retrospective,
that's how I discovered your channel. That's how.
Of course. There I make reference to a great fan edit, the Phantom Strikes. In the Shadow one, similar reference will be made to the Shadow Strikes, which I already hooked Script Doctor up with.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was a pretty solid edit, really solid.
And there's already a Shadow Strikes movie too from the 30s. That was the first Shadow movie, and it's not very good. It's not terrible, but it's not great. No, that's really cool to hear. Have you done Doc Savage yet?
No, I haven't. That's further down the list of priorities. That's after the Shadow. So I'm doing the Shadow first before I get around to Doc Savage.
Speaking of which,
those things.
Oh, I'm doomed. Do you have to leave us because you have to get back to work, my friend?
No.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. You're like,
seems like a dick who's trying to get rid of you.
No. I just really had to go eventually to work.
I know, but I sort of fucking said fuck it. It's
cool.
It's Andre's birthday, and fuck it. I want to be here and celebrate that. But
awesome.
So no, I was actually gonna just ask Racer, how far are you going with the DS9 stuff?
Well, right now we're kind of in a mode where we're sort of almost going to relaunch the series, not from the beginning, but we're going to kind of have to resume because we've taken such an extended hiatus. Because what was happening was we had been dealing with copyright claims from Viacom periodically. It was it was manual too. So somebody at Paramount or
Paramount,
right. Because I was curious about that.
With our Phantom retrospective, it got struck manually.
Oh man, yeah, same here. So what would happen was we'd go a few weeks and we'd be fine, and then some a-hole at Paramount or Viacom or whatever would strike 17 videos in a row, and the worst part was some of those were blocked worldwide. Nobody can watch them. So I don't care if I get paid for the video, just as long as people can see them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Unfortunately, those were the kind of.
I was thinking maybe that was your music, because I was really worried every time I saw that thing. It's this cannot be legal.
No, the music is actually fine. We used a remix of the music that was fan made, and we got permission for it. So
sure, but the
music is totally cool.
No, but that fan doesn't own the copyright for it.
Well, yes, but it's a different performance, so copyright wise, that's theirs. But anyways, it's ridiculous. But anyways, we were never copyright claimed for that music.
Okay.
Usually, you'd be surprised how often that music copyright claims are a lot more looser than video ones. Sometimes they'll only claim a portion of it.
Well, not only that, but I get false copyright. God, I do Metal Mythos, and
I've been copyright claimed for my own fucking voice.
Yeah, same here.
Here's me talking for 10 minutes, and someone claims this, fuck you. I'm gonna fucking appeal that, buddy.
It'll be a copyright claim of something that isn't music, and it's a song that I've never even heard of. It's the Venga Boys, fucking excellent.
Yeah, and it's me talking. Right. Okay. Yeah. You think I'm going to appeal that? Yes, I
almost
am.
as if having an automated copyright system was a mistake, because lots of things can sound like other things.
Yeah.
I got copyright claim for a modem up dial. That is my own modem up dial from the 90s that I recorded.
That's
Okay.
Yeah,
anyway, so you had some problems, but
yeah. So we were kind of trying to find a new home for it. BitChute is cool, but it's also the video player's a little unreliable. And so the plan right now is, because we opened the channel on unauthorized, to maybe make an entirely separate channel on there just for Depths of DS9, and then we will still upload to YouTube as long as it'll stay up, and they'll probably get blocked. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably what's going to happen. So we're going to kind of have a soft relaunch and start doing DS9 again. But yeah, it was just getting to the point where, like, the last episode we put up was up for less than 12 hours and got blocked.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what is the point?
Yeah, Viacom's a bitch because honestly, one of the first few times I ever talked to Andre in private, and this was before I was even part of the channel, I had done one of my earlier videos, and Paramount claimed it was just still images of me talking.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went and re-uploaded it with a picture of a pile of garbage that said Paramount of Garbage. And I was like, claim this, motherfucker. So I sent him the image. I'm like, here you go, in case you have to ever have problems with Paramount. It was kind of the first time I ever talked to him.
Wow, you sent him an image of the current state of the Star Trek franchise.
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just a shame.
That was a very nice audition thing right there, or interview process.
So Racer, have you actually ever seen Discovery?
Star Trek Discovery? I watched the big overblown unwatchable premiere, the 2-hour why am I watching this thing on mainstream television, and that was enough to inoculate me of any interest in watching any further.
Yes, I've come back like an episode here and there just to sort of make a little test here and there.
Well, it's fascinating that it's always on a steady decline.
And every time I come back, it's like, nope.
How does it keep getting worse?
Working away slowly. Okay.
It's interesting in that when you watch Deep Space Nine, because so they're kind of trying to do a darker Star Trek thing, right? A little bit, like they're trying to and doing it much more.
But Star Trek Deep Space Nine was not a living nightmare.
It wasn't, and I don't know. At times it could be, but here's the thing: if you're watching DS9, I noticed this. The first time I watched DS9, all I could think was, oh God, all these standalone episodes to go through before I get to the serialized stuff, right? Before I get to, now this episode leads into this episode, and now we've got a broader continuity, because that's DS9's big contribution to Star Trek is we're actually, we actually had an established continuity. Things are changing from episode to episode. We kind of turn into a little bit of a serial, right?
Right.
And
but 50%.
Yeah, when you go back and rewatch the series, you find that some of the best episodes are the bottle episodes. They're the standalone. They're the
Ferengi episodes. They're like they're bottle episodes. They're often the best.
I wouldn't say that they're the best, but they're funny.
Yeah, they add some much needed levity.
Yes.
And on that note, even Little Green Men is better than Star Trek Discovery.
Yes, of course.
Alan Moraine is better than Star Trek Discovery.
Probably.
We won't.
Alan Moraine, take me home. I don't even remember what the fucking thing was.
When you go back and watch it like a second time, you find that those are like. A lot of those stand up the best, right? Even in the Pale Moonlight, right? That's not. Yes, it's serialized in the sense that you're dealing with a Dominion War, but it is a standalone episode, right? It is.
Yes, but it is the best episode ever. So I mean,
a lot of people say that, and that's what I'm saying is, as you go back through, you kind of realize, serialized is good, but it's sort of the serialized episodes stand out as so great because the standalone episodes by themselves are really good, and so it just elevates the whole thing.
I just think that's kind of like inherent to writing. Like if you give a good writer an opportunity to write, here's a story, you have 45 minutes, do your best.
Yeah.
And he can come up with something amazing. But if you tell him like, here's what happened last time, and you have to get to here, it's just going to be like, oh, okay.
You're talking about dependency, right? So
he's going to just fill in by what's it called? Draw by lines. Yeah,
fill by
numbers or whatever. Yeah,
Well,
connect
that's
the
the other part
dots.
too,
There,
is
there we go. Connect the
how
dots.
do you like the question that every writer and even myself have to face is sometimes like, well, how do you make this how do you continue a story and make that new chapter not dependent, like absolutely dependent on what came before and what's going to come after? So and that's kind of like the trick, and if you can nail that and then repeat, I mean, it's going to be a little bit formulaic, but the trick to really good writing is hiding the formula with entertaining aspects and interesting characters, and allowing people to just get immersed into what's going on, as opposed to being shocked with,
I've really
15
come
minutes
to,
in, this turn happens.
Sure, but here's the thing. This I cannot stress this enough. I've really come to hate arc stories. I really wish. I really wish there were like writers that could just write a 45-minute story and that was it. I so miss that. Like, could we just have episodes for fuck's sake?
Yeah, a good example of that is.
Am I the only one?
No. A good example of that is if you guys read the Batman comics. I don't think Batman has been a very good comic for a very, 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 very long time. But in 2006, 2007, 2008, for a brief while there, Paul Dini took over Detective Comics, and it was awesome. All he did, Paul Dini, of course, was involved in the creative team on the animated series. So he basically took the sensibility of the animated series and made it, okay, each issue is an episode of Batman. That's what it is. He went totally retro on it.
You mean the guy who should be overseeing DC? Sorry to interrupt.
Dude, and it was great. He introduced new villains. He brought back some of the old ones. He mixed it in. He actually kind of added to the Batman lore in there a little bit. There was a cool new villain called Facade, and there were just cool ideas, and yet it wasn't trying to extend out over several issues. And then right towards the end, Dustin Gwynn came on. I'm not really a fan of his art, but like it started, the real problem was that it started to add arcs in, and it just kind of fell to pieces a little bit. But that's a good example of what I'm talking about. I think we were talking about pulps earlier. Pulps kind of have that sensibility where you got a broader continuity in a sense. You're adding characters over time, but each individual story stands on its own. It has to stand on its own.
Yeah, and on top of that, those individual stories can be a cause for an effect of a later novel, which again has to stand on its own, and then you end up creating this, as you said, like a larger lore and a greater, broader universe of things.
Right, and there can be an exception where you do a two-parter, right?
Sure.
Right.
But that's the end of it. Then you got to sort of curb yourself in there, like, Jesus Christ, let's not go crazy. Because then you end up in Discovery territory where just everything nothing ends. It just keeps on going.
Yeah, they're like, it's the Netflix approach is what they're trying to take, and it's not working out. Really.
Yeah.
Star Trek's not that. Star Trek does need bottle episodes. From what I understand, they have started to intersperse a few, right? Like there have been a couple. Right?
Well, they have.
And I haven't watched it, so I'm actually asking.
No. I did with the Guardian of Forever, and it was a 2-tier bottle episode. So what they go out to, I think, a forest in Hamilton, Ontario during the winter, shoot with 3 actors, and then they go back to the standing set of Discovery, and they just make it a mirror universe with a new paint job.
Yeah. Oh fuck's sake. Yeah, I saw that. Oh my god.
It's god awful.
It's worse than that. It's god
and they insult Carl Sagan
2
by making the Guardian of Forever take on an avatar and call himself.
He's Captain Brass from CSI, by the way.
Yeah, it's that guy, but yeah.
Captain Brass. Okay, Jim Brass from CSI. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, but I think that's part of the reason it doesn't feel like Star Trek is you don't really have. I always hate and look a lot of the TNG episodes where, hey, we've encountered a phenomenon. I wonder if the planet we go down onto is going to be an allegory for the human condition. You know what I mean? Like, yes, some of that is a little eye roll inducing every now and then, but when those are done really well, that's memorable stuff. And that's Star Trek. That's the apotheosis of Star Trek.
Yes.
I think lacking that is part of what makes Discovery not feel like Discovery. And then Picard doesn't feel like Star Trek because it's not Star Trek.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. That's like even Discovery is more Star Trek than Picard, which is fucking ironic.
Picard are you referring to? I've never heard of this Picard series.
Yeah, exactly.
His brain is forgotten.
Picard. It's a wine, I think.
Picard is what happens when you get like 4 people together, including Patrick Stewart, who give 2 shits and a fuck about Star Trek and Picard, and make a show surrounding said character.
Yeah. Picard, I thought that was the new NBC streaming service, actually.
If Patrick Stewart is the proof of anything, is that sometimes you can have the best actor in the world, but in terms of knowing the structure of a story, character, narrative, or even understanding what makes his own work appealing in the first place,
that's why we have producers.
The coolest people.
Yeah, but there's no confusion that Patrick Stewart did not have a whole lot of reverence for Picard as a character.
Yes, and it is true that he is an executive producer for this shit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So I mean,
which explains the politics. Incidentally, people try and read Paramount wokeness into it and whatever. Guys, if you've ever seen an interview with Patrick Stewart, he was one of the people.
He was all on board for this shit. Yeah, we reminded people through all our reviews.
Yeah, Elia Kazan. When Elia Kazan, for those who don't know, Elia Kazan in the 30s and 40s, he used to be a communist, and he wound up turning on his compatriots when they decided to support Hitler during the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Because that's kind of an untold portion of history. The Communist Party in America had been fiercely anti-fascist, obviously, and then Stalin and Hitler signed the Non-Aggression Pact, and suddenly, we're brothers in socialism. We're good. It's fine. It's totally cool. And
on a dime,
the American Communist Party lost like
that is a big oof.
They lost like tens of thousands of members in a single year. It was really, really bad, and that actually led to communists selling out each other. Basically, people were leaving at such a clip that they were tattling to the FBI and whatnot about their activities because they were so disgusted with what had happened. And Elia Kazan was one of those people. Well, he received a Lifetime Achievement Award in 1999, I believe. And Patrick Stewart, of course, who's still, I think he was there at the Oscars for, they were still making Star Trek movies at that point, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think he was shooting X-Men at that year too.
You can go watch it. It's on there in like an AP video, and he's asked about Patrick Stewart's asked about Elia Kazan's legacy, and he's like, he says something to the effect of, he doesn't say I stand in solidarity with the protesters or whatever, but he basically says I'm very disappointed in Elia Kazan for testifying about communist activity or whatever. So like Patrick Stewart, like he's been that way for many moons.
The fuck?
I know.
Okay, I'm gonna just go out and buy Ayn Rand's books right now. I'm gonna need some enlightened self-interest right now.
Enlightened self-interest.
Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna need a whole bunch of those enlightened self-interests right now.
Well, I was about to say the whole thing about communism in America in the late 20s, 30s, it was more of an economic movement because of the Great Depression. People were looking for something that was different than capitalism.
Sure.
And that was that was the thing about FDR and the New Deal. He went to the very wealthy and said, he goes, you're going to give me this money in the form of taxes, and I'm going to let you keep some of it. Keep the rest, because you see the communists over there, they're going to take it all.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he that was probably a good smart thing to do to stabilize things.
Yeah, but at the same time, then he had like a foreign advisor who was a communist agent at the time, so he didn't know. In his defense, he didn't know, but it did come out later.
Hey, I live in a town that had that supposedly had a member of the Chinese Communist Party working in City Hall, and the mayor said he actually thanked the mayor by name in his book, and the mayor says, "I don't know who he is. I don't remember him. I don't remember him." Like, but he thanks you like, I don't remember him.
Wow. So how is Portland this time of year?
That's actually, it's on the opposite coast. It's on the opposite coast. You know Yale University?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah. There you go.
dear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Same
my.
place. Same place. I have no ties to Yale other than like using the bathroom at the
Right.
in the art gallery. A few
I
times.
have no recollection of the events in question.
That sounds like ancient aliens.
Right. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's
No,
It
no,
is.
no, I don't. No, he never worked for City Hall. He said, "You, I don't know who he is."
What?
I mean, that is technically an
denial.
alien.
He's not saying he didn't. He wasn't an employee. He's saying I don't know who. I don't remember him.
Yeah.
So
Sadly, a familiar story nowadays wasn't the
Well-
driver of one.
Well, I don't remember. Oh well, I don't remember. Oh, then
Welcome
again,
back, Cameron.
Then again, I don't remember a lot of things. Hey, Cameron, what's going on, buddy?
Bro, I'm going to come back to wish Andre a second happy birthday, but also I wanted to actually chat because I've got Andre here because I've actually been responding to a bunch of comments on the Andre. You put up that recent video that has some clips from me talking about.
Yeah.
It was a great video, and I'm grateful to be part of it. I wanted to comment. I'll come back here because I've actually, in the last few minutes, seen a bunch of comments on that thread that I wanted to address while you've got your viewers listening to, because there was a lot of comments of people saying pirating is a good thing. Right. And I actually wanted to come back here because I responded to several people and they responded quite rudely back to me on that thread because they didn't want to hear it. So, I know you've said in your videos pirating is wrong. That's why we've talked about the VPNs you support, whatever. You've always stated pirating is wrong. So I wanted, because I know a lot of people are still listening to here, and there's people on that thread arguing with me right now on a Midnight's Edge thread. So this is what pirating is. This last year, when most of the town was unemployed and I was unemployed, I was able to survive several months when I got checks for royalties, residuals, as we call them, from TV shows that were downloaded. I get a check. It tells me these were downloads of Sleeper Cell or downloads of Rain or whatever, or Bionic Woman. And those checks paid multiple times for my rent in the past year, right? Because there was no other source of income because everything was shut down in this industry, right? So when you pirate something, for all the people that listen to Midnight's Edge and are right now commenting on Andre's thread there, when you pirate something, you're not affecting some big corporation. You're taking money out of my pocket directly. It's the same as when I'm a novelist and you go into the bookstore and you steal my novel from the bookstore. Yeah, you're like, well, that's affecting Barnes and Nobles. That's not affecting Cameron. No, because every novel that Barnes and Noble sells, I get a royalty from that, right? And so you're actually stealing from me, even though you shouldn't be stealing from anyone. You're stealing from the people that are creating, who actually took the time to create this. So I wanted to come back on this thread because right now at Midnight's Edge, there are multiple people arguing in a very rude fashion to me, mocking me as a creator, saying, man, don't give us your thing. It's like, well, then don't watch my stuff. If you're watching Sleeper Cell, I wrote that, right? So don't watch my stuff. If you like my stuff, pay for it. I have to say this because it's happening on Midnight's Edge right now, and you have said very graciously on every video, don't pirate. And I can't believe the members of the community are saying that. And when I gently point out to them, it's actually taking money out of pocket, they're insulting me. I'm
not sure those are regulars of the community because Star Wars tends to the comments on those things aren't necessarily always from the regulars of the channels and of this community.
Either way, it's you shouldn't pirate. That's just the way it is.
It's unfortunately like a ubiquitous view now. That pirating is a victimless crime, and it's like
whatever. But if you do that, that's up to you. But it's not we're not going to say that it's okay.
Well,
no, I definitely I did a whole. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'd say it is a crime. I mean, it is an actual crime, and again, this is something. People who watch channels like this, they love entertainment. Right? They love entertainment. They want to be entertained. That's why we're getting all these people watching this brilliant channel. They want to talk about entertainment. And the idea that entertainment is made for free devalues the entertainment. Right?
Well, that's the big misconception actually nowadays, that this stuff just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's kind of like they think everything is YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, but whether it's video games or movies, I'm like, oh well, that's okay, and they think all information should be free. I'm like, no.
And you create something and see what happens. All these people who are saying this are people that aren't creating anything and adding any value.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and not only that, but there's nothing. I think we've all realized with all the deplatformings and censorship and whatever that's happened that nothing is more expensive than free. because if you're not being sold a product, then you are the product, and that's essentially what is occurring with a lot of these so-called free platforms.
I will say this, as far as like I've seen, as far as witnessing, or at least I can say from firsthand accounts, like Robert's told the story a few times about how piracy destroyed Schnepp during his documentary, how it just basically it ruined him, you know, not just financially, but, you know, emotionally. And then another thing is, I can tell you flat out, we've been told by at least one, if not more than one person, Andre can probably back me up on this, that one of the main reasons we're not getting or never got a Dredd 2 is because of how much it was pirated instead of bought.
Yeah, because there's no profit. There's no profit in this. If you don't have a profit, it's, you know, if the industry doesn't profit from something, it ends it.
You know, I always say, don't.
That's a good point. I mean, that's really like you have to vote with your wallet.
Exactly. Yeah. In order to vote with your wallet, you have to pay, and that's kind of like why we accept the VPN payments, because there's so much things that you are locked out of because of geo-blocking.
That's the difference.
Pointlessly. For instance, you can go and be a member of HBO Max right now,
and you can pay for it,
and you can pay to see the Snyder Cut. But for many people all over the world, this is simply not an option.
Well, and there's another
because
you can't see the movie you want because you have the wrong Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that silly? Can't these fuckers just get that thing together and make sure that people that want to pay for it can pay for it?
Yeah, and why
would they even have to get a VPN to pay for it? Isn't that like stupid?
Well, and strangely enough, the piracy outlook is kind of rooted in sort of a denial of intellectual property rights and so forth. And the irony is that geo-blocking exists because different countries venerate intellectual property to varying degrees.
It's just like region locking.
Some countries, don't have. Some countries don't have copyright enforcement at all, right? So,
but most Western countries have.
Right. If you have, and even they have different degrees of it, right? Because it's all different. So it's. Ironically, the thing that's inconveniencing everyone is sort of rooted in denial or like a not quite so strict or not quite so principled application of intellectual property rights to begin with.
Well, there's a disconnect, actually, when I would say this disconnect. And you don't know how many times I've heard younger kids, I don't know why that show was canceled. I torrented every episode. Duh! Don't be that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
The Snyder Cut is a great example. I mean, Warner did try to make it available as many places as they could, and anybody who downloaded it instead of watching HBO Max, if you're a fan of that and you wanted it to continue, downloading it isn't going to help the situation.
No, but I mean,
it's going to help you be able to get it legally.
Yes, if you want to support it, obviously get it legally.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand how that could be even a question.
Yeah, but the fact that we had multiple people, and again, I agree, these are not the regulars. I mean, most of the people on Midnight's Edge have always been incredibly friendly and gracious to me. I go into the comments, and they're very welcoming. But when I saw a few people in the most recent comment, because there was the sponsor was a VPN, and I just want to let you know I plan to use that VPN. You know why I plan to use that VPN? Because I'm going to outsmart Twitter. Twitter has blocked my IP and whatever. IP address, IP address.
Right.
So I plan to get that VPN and outsmart them. I plan to use the one that Midnight's Edge, was sponsored. I
remember to use our code. What do you get?
Use it. I've had it for almost a year now. It's awesome. It helps so much because I have a US credit card. But
here's the thing: it also
without it. So
Yeah, here's the thing. It also helps people from other countries that are not even eligible to pay for it. Like, what are they supposed to do? Are they just supposed to be like, oh, I guess I can't partake in the global culture? No, they're going to do whatever they can do to partake in the global culture, obviously. And if they have to use a VPN to do that, that's what they're going to do. But you cannot expect people to just, because I'm from India, I can't watch movies?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No.
That's unhealthy blocking of creativity, right? And what I'm referring to is theft. That's a totally, somehow people are conflating what I think is a very useful way around regulations that are not promoting this, promoting connection and viewership to actual theft, which is just a criminal act. And if we're in a generation right now that believes theft can be rationalized, that only comes from people that aren't creating anything.
It's not even that. They don't even acknowledge that a theft has taken place. They say, oh, it's not a sale that would have happened anyways, so that doesn't count as theft. It's like you've stolen the time and energy that the person put into it. Case in point, if somebody takes time off to work on a book and then you just steal the book, then yeah, what you've stolen is the time and effort that took, because they ventured something in order to get
and you're getting a benefit. You're actually getting the pleasure of that creative work. So, but you haven't returned to that person something for the gift. Right.
And so I did a video about, I feel really strongly about IP rights personally. I did a video about this called "The Public Domain is an Ass." That I feel really strongly about this subject. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Yeah, no, I just want to come back because I was getting these messages in the thread, and I love Andre, I love Tom, I love this channel. I feel like a family member of this channel at this point.
You are, absolutely.
And so that's why when I saw that, and especially when I saw that you had commented on that VPN thing that we do not support, I know it was coming from the heart because that's not what that VPN is for. I was like, why are these people coming in and poisoning this? And then when I gently remind some of these people who are making these comments that, look, this is actually affecting my literal bottom line, right? There were months this past year I was like, God, I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent.
Mine too, man. Mine too.
And the check showed up. So I was like, and then they mock that. They're like, well, I'm sorry, it's inconvenient for you. I'm like, well, then don't watch my show, man. Screw you if you have that little respect. Then don't watch my show and don't argue with me on this wonderful channel.
But it's also the killer is that there's a lot of streaming services that allow you to watch it with ads so that you still get your residuals. And some of them are also geo-restricted. That's one of the things that ticks me off, because this is the first year in a long time that I've not been able to fly down to LA and work. Like I'm stuck up here in Canada, and it's been horrible. So every time when I'd be down there, I'd be able to watch all the local shows and on the US Netflix and stuff. I'm stuck in Canada. I can't do that. So I got the VPN, and now I can. And it's really useful. I'm able to use like Netflix UK and sometimes in European
example is I use Surfshark to watch the Karate Kid cartoon from the Canadian TV up there script.
Right. I mean,
and especially like for those of us in Europe, like we don't have Hulu. That's an American exclusive service. But
regardless of what country you're in, you need a VPN. That's just as simple as that.
Yeah, well, that's the world we're in now. They've set up this situation that it's impractical with these kinds of restrictions, and it's not promoting trade. I'm a libertarian. I want to promote trade. Right. This kind of
I'm with you.
Global framework is not promoting trade.
Yeah.
Not only that, you're restricting your potential customer base because you're narrowing it down from country to country. It's
yeah. And this is the inevitable, this is the global, and I studied IP in law school, whatever. This is the global, hodgepodge of legal rules and stuff like that. And the existence of VPNs is how the market responded to that. Okay, there's a market inefficiency. The market's going to fix it.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's capitalism in practice. So that's
God bless capitalism.
Maybe it's not the greatest fix, but it works.
Today's birthday stream is sponsored by the Ayn Rand Institute.
And Surfshark.
Oh, I will say this, I'm not a huge fan of
It's
Rand.
sponsored by the Ayn Rand fucking Ayn Rand VPN. That's where it is.
Everyone should read Ludwig von Mises, the great Austrian economist. He's my guy. He's really good. All right. Well, I wanted to come on to wish you a happy birthday. I hope I didn't bring any kind of Paul, but I want to say this because I love this channel so much, and I've always been treated with such respect. So, people who are watching, Andre, Tom, these are gentlemen. These are gentlemen of the highest caliber. Do not use their channel to be rude and insulting to their guests. This is disrespecting their channel. They've always welcomed me. And listen to what they're saying. Respect what they're saying to you instead of mocking them in their own channel. This is a privilege for you to have people of this caliber connecting all of us.
Yeah.
And Cameron, I think you're an amazing gentleman to just have the integrity to come on here and explain that to us. That's amazing.
Well, not just that, you coming on here is kind of a detriment to your career in some cases, because I'm sure it doesn't help.
No, I actually had that.
I've heard that, and
it hurts. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that, but you you haven't explained it to me, because I guess everyone else has heard it.
We're in the
besides me.
no list.
Yeah. But anyway, I think it's
Viacom.
amazing. I
Or
think
via
that,
CBS, whatever it is anymore.
I think it's amazing that you do this. It's amazing.
Well, it's because I'll be honest with you, I found more of a community here on Midnight's Edge and throughout the YouTube community than I found in 20 years of working in the industry. Because
I know, right?
These are authentic people.
That's
Everyone here,
sad.
these are
That's
authentic people. I
sad.
can be honest with you. And you
That's
can be honest with me.
sad. Tell me that's not sad.
Well, I think that's part of the reason Robert Meyer Burnett keeps hanging around too.
Yeah, because he's a credible professional. Script doctor's a credible professional. All of us have other stuff to be doing. We're here, I think, because we feel welcome and we can be truthful here.
And also,
Yeah.
it gives us a break from the crazy bubble that is California. Like, that's kind of why I started doing the YouTube stuff. It's like, I think, why aren't things adding up on my end? It's like, am I wrong? What's happened? I break out of the bubble. I start talking to other people. It's like, oh, I'm not crazy. I'm just eccentric, but geez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess no one knows why I started my channel, but all right.
Why did you start?
Share.
Please tell us. You can't just
Exactly the same reason, asshole. Like, I work in California in the film industry, and
don't want to be doxxed.
No one can ever know who I am.
This is J.J.
Ever.
Abrams, guys. We have no idea. This is actually J.J. Abrams. We're totally
No, J.J. Abrams doesn't sound that fucking manly.
No, I'm not JJ. I'm just some guy.
Have we worked together? Oh, you can DM that me privately in the private. So, it's all good. All right, gentlemen, I apologize for coming in to be impassioned, but I love this channel so much, and I just always want it to be a positive experience. And I love the people who are watching. I think we had I don't know how many people are watching right now. We have over
700 people watching.
Yeah, that when I was here, it was about 800. This is a wonderful network, and many blessings to Andre, who's a successful businessman in his own right. He doesn't have to be doing this, right? And so thank you for bringing us all together and creating this community.
Absolutely. So yeah, thank you for coming again and speaking the truth. And yeah, you're always going to have some people it's open comments. It's not this is not a gated community. Anyone can come in and anyone can comment.
That's
even people that aren't necessarily ingrained into the community. I wager everyone who is will be most respectful. But
I was just going to say, yeah, you can always disagree or make an argument without being disrespectful.
I think that's a good point. It's not a gated community. That's a very good thing to say.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not asking those people to be censored, but I felt since I saw multiple comments on the thread, I said, if this is a theme that's being reputed in the
right,
let me
but that's what we do. We say, no, we're not okay with that, but we don't fucking censor them.
Yeah, say it, and I can respond.
Yeah.
That's what I did. And
right,
and
exactly. That's the way I deal with stuff anyway. Don't censor it, just counteract it.
Well, that was Jefferson said that. That's for the response of speech is speech, and it works, right?
Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
We got tears to statue down. And on that note, Andre, happy birthday again, and blessings to everybody. I'm sorry there were no lovely ladies when I came back. My heart is broken by that, but I'll go with it.
Well, thanks for dropping by again, and thanks for the blessings. I really appreciate that.
We'll talk soon. Happy birthday. Take care.
Take care.
All right. Thank you. And now I want to take the opportunity to run through a few more super chats because we are a little bit behind. Flickmo 360 says, for Tom, can you please sing this in Andre's voice to celebrate his birthday? Koalas in the Rain. So you have a request for that for later when we get that far. Annie Comic Geek says for $5, long time watcher, first time commenter. Happy birthday, Andre. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Annie Comic Geek, and don't be a stranger. Harry Nice Guy says for €5. Hi, folks, and happy birthday, Andre. Speaking about Vikings, how do you rate Amazon's Vikings regarding accuracy and representing your ancestors? Skull. Now, if you by Amazon's Vikings actually mean History Channel's Vikings, the series that went, I think, from 2013 till this year, if that's the one you mean, the one with Ragnar Lothbrok and stuff,
I rate it 10 out of 10, and I look forward to the follow-up series that's coming. It's freaking awesome in every way. Samuel MC says for $5, can't stay, just wanted to say happy birthday, Andre. Well, thank you so much. And Goskar Farlat also says happy birthday, Andre, for $24.99. So thank you so much. Planar Aspect says Midnight's Edge F, yeah, keep up the fight. Oh, we intend to. Roger H sent us a cake super sticker, and Nelson Cheretta, in reference to earlier comments, says that, well, people don't want to see him masturbate. Damn it. Well, them's the breaks, I guess. And Oliver Klosov sent us a unicorn super sticker. And the Seaman says, happy birthday, Andre. Thank you all for providing better lockdown entertainment than Hollywood. Yeah, we're so glad that you choose to watch our content, and that of both us and everyone else in our community, like esteemed gentleman Undoomed, like Razor Fist, and everyone else we've had on here. So yeah, thanks for giving us the time of your day. Oliver Klosov also points out that Mandy is super duper cute, and Xan187 sent us a cake super sticker. Bertrand Kurt Russell says, build a dome around Earth and make Mars pay for it. Reference to the alien talk early on. This also seems like a good idea. Stephen Otten is positive that a few of your last presidents were aliens. And then Brett Cohen says,
only from
happy
Kenya.
birthday, Andre.
Come on, man. That ain't true. That ain't true. I knew that guy, Kid Rock Obama. He was my bestest friend.
Right.
He weren't no alien,
except from Africa.
He's not from. Wait, what?
Kenya, the Kenya birth thing. Anyway, never mind. Whatever.
Can I what?
It was a joke.
No, I know. I was playing along.
But let me catch up on some more of the super chats, and then we'll move on. Brett Cohen says, happy birthday, Andre. And Skippy Fab says, Andre, happy birthday, brother. Thank you. And Blue Satoshi says, catching up. But 15 years ago, I used to be able to anticipate an incoming text because my CRT or speakers, forget which, would pick up the signal. It was the speakers. I remember that too. Yeah. Speakers, definitely speakers. Stephen Otten says, Mandy, Godzilla versus Kong versus Hardcore Pornosaur. We'll forward that question to her.
Oh, yeah. Sorry we missed that. Yeah. Hardcore Pornosaur for the win, I'll say.
Yeah. And Kauftron says, HB Andre, always enjoy Midnight's Edge content. Hail to all the great guest stars and toxic femmes. Indeed. Nelson Cheretta says, Dread Urban never showed his face. He was powerful and true to the character. It can be done, just needs good writing and acting. Too much to ask. Yeah, that is way too much to ask these days, unfortunately. Redogno7 says, oh yeah, we got this one already, so thank you for your support.
I just want to say on the Dread one, because this is something I wanted to interject then, but I didn't get a chance to. Part of the problem is unlike Carl Urban, he was somebody who wasn't so vain. Like, that's the problem you have with a lot of these actors is they, and it's not just the actors, sometimes it's the studios too, of course, because it's like, we're not going to pay a buttload of money to have this character behind a mask through the whole damn thing.
Yeah. What was the flick?
But that's exactly what they should do. They should pay them extra to not show their face. That's logical.
I don't even know. It may just be ego. What was the movie that Tom Cruise wouldn't do because they were going to cover up his face? I vaguely remember what that was. Was it
Vanilla Sky?
Was it he was offered Iron Man or something early on?
Oh, that was.
I remember when he was offered Iron Man.
I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. But
there was another rumor. I think
that's his problem, right? That's not the studio's problem.
Well, and Stallone in the original Judge Dredd movie was fine. He was fine with having the helmet on the whole time. It was the studio.
It was the studio.
Oh, that is the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Which is a shame because in the helmet he is Dredd. Like he looks like
he has that profile.
Yeah, it's fine when he keeps his helmet on. It's fine.
Totally.
But when he takes it off, it's like, oh my god! Now it's just a Stallone fucking movie bullshit.
When he gets on the bike, he kind of looks like Captain Falcon, though, a little bit.
He has great shoulder armor. Like the shoulder armor in the original Judge Dredd movie was freaking awesome.
Well, costume-wise, it's way closer to the comics. It's basically the comics.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. That's a truth.
Yes and no.
Yeah, parts of it is closer, and other parts again are further away. Like the shoulder armor, that's a hell of a lot closer.
Right.
But everything else, like the pads and the fabric, and especially the helmets,
and the marvelous codpiece.
That was
the ridges on the outside. Yeah.
But you also have to take into consideration that this was thought up in the 80s.
Yeah.
And you have to make it work now, right?
Well, 90s, actually.
Well,
Well,
the
90s,
movie
whatever.
was, but the comics
were
Holy shit, is it 90s?
Yeah, you're right, in the 90s. Comics started in the 70s.
Yeah, late 70s. Comics came out in the 70s. And the Stallone movie was 96? 94. 95.
Okay, now you're all over the place here. Is it? When did the comics start?
The comics started in the 70s. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm even more wrong because it's in the 70s, not the 80s.
Yeah, 70s. Late 70s.
Right. But someone said the 90s?
That's when the movie came out.
The movie came out in 1995.
Yeah, but the movie. Fuck the movie.
And it's easy
to fuck the movie.
If anyone said the comics came out in the 90s, well, they came out then.
I read those comics when I was a kid.
70s. Yeah.
I read those comics when I was a kid.
They're very, very, for 70s comics, they're very 80s. That's what I always say about the 80s. The 80s were so awesome that they started in 1978 and they didn't end until 1994.
Well, here's the thing. Ronald Reagan was president. Just Jimmy Carter just didn't know it yet.
Yeah. That's a good one.
And that's kind of what ushered in the 80s was like, it was the Reagan era. It was all like, gung ho America. You know, like fucking Rambo was born out of that.
Even before he was elected, everyone knew he was elected.
Which is why it's sort of a shame that we didn't get the Judge Dredd movie until the 90s, because by the time the 90s rolled around, like Dredd is a property is like
you were supposed to get it in the 80s. Look, just kind of fell apart.
It was one of those things like The Shadow. I think they tried to make The Shadow 4 times in the 80s and it didn't work. And that happened with a lot of things. Rocketeer was supposed to come out a long time.
I can give you the perfect
parallel. 7 years to make Batman in the 80s.
RoboCop is Darkman.
What?
The origin of RoboCop is literally exactly the same thing as Darkman. Just as Darkman started out as the Shadow, RoboCop started out as Judge Dredd.
That's true.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I was wondering, like you said, Darkman, but I was like, no, you mean Dredd.
No,
right?
and I got where he was going with it, but like Judge Dredd was like that TV series that HBO should have done in the 80s. They never did.
Yeah.
Like, no, it shouldn't have been a TV series back then. You know, they couldn't do shit for TV series.
Oh no, that's why I said HBO.
Don't jump to conclusions there, because they had some good ones in the 80s. Actually,
okay. Name one.
Philip Marlowe, Private Detective, was awesome. With Powers Booth.
No,
right. It was the first period show that they did. But no, that was when they started.
Was there ever a single thing ever made in a TV series that was good?
Wait, what?
Huh?
In the 80s?
Yeah.
As far as comic books or just in general?
No, in general.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Okay, name one.
From the 80s?
Star Trek The Next Generation?
Yeah.
Okay. I am defeated.
Married with Children?
I have been beaten.
Married with Children, The Simpsons,
I have been
He-Man.
Seinfeld?
All right.
Cheers. Mash.
No. I accept defeat by not
I was gonna say, if you're saying
considering
comic
Star
book,
Trek.
yeah, I'll give you comic books because the best we had was the Incredible Hulk series,
right.
mind you. That I will concede on.
I thought that was kind of like.
That's what I'm saying. That's the best we had. That's what, like, yeah.
Kind of. I don't know.
But no, like shows like Knight Rider, which is brought up in the chat and stuff
Which
like
is
that. To
kind
me,
of comic
Knight
bookish
Rider
anyway.
was like,
Yeah, but they had TV series that were a little bit comic booky, but they weren't based on comic books.
Right,
You know,
right.
Like
Right.
Knight Rider's very much of that.
And that's what I was gonna
MacGyver,
get to.
MacGyver's kind of like that.
Yep.
Quantum
The guy was
Leap.
like comic booky Western thing. Yeah.
Miami Vice is almost like the comic book version of that 80s era, like.
Okay,
kind of
but
thing.
you cannot just say that anything is comic book.
No,
just
I know
because
it, but
it's
no,
good.
that's what I was going to get to. No, but no, that's
Right.
what I was going to get to is what Razor Fist was saying is there was a lot of stuff in the 80s that even though they were afraid, it seemed like, to actually go after many comic book titles, there's a lot of stuff that clear, like RoboCop, obviously being, you know, a great example being based on Dredd to begin with.
Yeah, and it got a great series in the '90s. It's worth mentioning. I liked that TV series.
Last Starfighter is another movie that seems like it would be a comic book story. There was a lot of
Last Starfighter is like that should have been a huge franchise.
It should have been. It just didn't go anywhere. But I mean, I know they're working on something now. But yeah,
Yeah, who cares about now?
Yeah,
it was a good movie then. Now, who cares?
Speaking of, that's something Andre has to watch, and we're going to get back to that soon.
You will very soon.
But
Really?
another thing we had to get back. Yeah, he's never seen it.
You never seen that? Wow.
Yeah, no, never.
Well, partial is because he's from Norway, so there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't translate over there. I'm sure.
Right. But that was a really seminal movie.
Yeah, it may be, but it never got like a proper release.
That's what I mean,
It's
yeah.
not like an epic thing. It may translate very well if you see it, but I
Well,
never
I didn't mean it like in translate, like in language wise, but I mean as far as box office wise. But no, like a lot of people forget that up until like recent years, it wasn't like a normal thing for every country to get a movie on around the same time. And not only that, a lot of times they wouldn't even get any kind of theatrical fanfare whatsoever.
Right.
Exactly. It just because a movie was like the biggest success ever didn't mean it would be the biggest success ever in the next country, right? Just because E.T. sold a gazillion seats didn't mean it would be a hit in England or in Norway.
Well, another example is
or
Star
whatever.
Wars. Star Wars wasn't as a big a deal over there to Andre as it was like us here. And, you know, that's another reason why they're pissed because they couldn't sell Star Wars to the Chinese audience because they weren't a part of the original phenomenon, you know, and that's part of it.
I mean, you're not talking about the original Star Wars.
Exactly. That's what I mean. The original.
Really?
Yeah. No, they did not release the original Star Wars in China until what was it? 2000.
No, I get that, but I'm more surprised that like why would they?
Well, like for one, as far as like that I can see, but like as far as like Andre's situation, from what he told us, you can, you know, reiterate this, Andre, but like a lot of the stuff you got there when you were a kid was really regulated and bland. So I doubt they would even allow something like Star Wars to really get through at that time.
No, Star Wars was released, but I was like too young for it. But it wasn't the same huge.
Did you grow up in China?
No, I grew up in Norway.
Right. So why are we talking about China?
No, I just brought it up as an example.
I'm just saying China is not something we can ever use to rule these things accordingly. Like
no, I was just using it as an example as a place of the world that didn't even know Star Wars existed.
Which is why
we
Star
can
Wars
never use China
bombed there so badly because they didn't have them.
Right, but now they do. Now China has everything. If we have it, China's had it 6 weeks before us.
Yeah, but the thing is, they just don't care about Star Trek, period.
Or Star Wars.
It doesn't matter if it's Star Trek, Star Wars,
they don't know the difference.
Starman, whatever. Anything with Star.
Another good 80s property, by the way. Starman, sorry.
I mean... Yes,
but gentlemen,
actually, I'm glad you brought that up because that is a good movie.
It is. It's one of
Starman's great.
And I don't think they could remake that. So I'm just going to say that right now. Like, let's hope they don't remake that.
John Carpenter just needs a check.
John Carpenter has a little bit too much.
Can you imagine Can you imagine them doing that now?
No, if anything, what they would do is they'd do a Starman sequel to the kid that Karen Allen birthed.
And besides to be Star Woman.
Or something. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Even though they said it was a boy in the movie.
I don't even care about that part. Let's say it's Star Woman. It doesn't really matter because the whole point of the story is that thing like, oh, I'm gonna get to know you. We're gonna go and drive, and I don't even know how to drive, and blah blah blah. You know, all that stuff. That was the funny part, right?
Yeah.
If you guys remember it.
Yeah, absolutely, totally.
Yeah, so
I even remember the bad TV series, so that's why
it doesn't matter if that guy was a girl or a woman. You could totally rewrite that to be a woman, and then you could say that the what's her name, the girl from
Karen Allen.
Karen Allen, you're right. She could have been replaced by a guy, so it could have been the other way around, right?
Yeah, you could, but nowadays I just wouldn't understand.
Yeah,
but that's not the point. The point is, it was a really interesting story.
Oh yeah, totally for the time, but I don't want him to touch it now. But yeah, I know
for the time. And before we move on with a couple of super chats, I just have a treat for you. We mentioned Judge Dredd, and like the suit or the armor, like this outfit, overall, apart from the shoulder pads, it's actually more true in the 2012 movie. And the codpiece, there's no codpiece in the comics. You know where that come from? I have a little treat for you right here before we move on, because they commissioned, I don't recall if it was Jean-Paul Gaultier or Versace to design the Dread armor, and whichever one it was, they handed in their designs. They were paid for them so that they could use their names, and then they of course changed it completely. But this is what they handed in. And this is where the codpiece comes from. It was from like Versace or Jean-Paul Gaultier.
I think it comes from the fact that Stallone was going to have to wear a spandex onesie, and you were going to have to be staring at the Italian stallion the entire fucking movie if you didn't cover that son of a bitch up, which unfortunately they decided to make it gold, so I imagine they had to melt down like a quarter of Fort Knox to cover that fucking
You know, it's a little cold in here, so I think I might need a codpiece.
My first movie was a porno. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't want us to remember
That's how he got Death Race 2000.
I love Death Race 2000.
That's a great freaking movie.
My Blu-ray still hasn't got here. I'm getting pissed. I think I got ripped off.
I already have that on Blu-ray. Love that movie. So good. Such a shitty remake. But anyway, we have a few more super chats run through, including some questions for you, Razor Fist.
Really?
So I'm gonna really. So I'm gonna go through it so we get to it. Your Muslim uncle says, hail and gratulerer med dagen. Thank you so much. Deranged Lunatic, aka DL, says, happy birthday, Andre. Thank you so much. And Stephen Otten says, the best pirate movie starred Jesse Jane. I'll stop. Midnight's Edge is not affiliated with me, and I know that Rob knows where this is heading. And Ben Dowdy says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. And Johnny David says, happy birthday from Western Australia, Andre, and thank you, you old smoothie.
Yeah, don't get poisoned or eaten by something.
Yeah. Snail Messiah says for 20 Danish krona, Marvel, please stay the hell away from my culture. And he, of course, is a Norseman like me, who's probably not looking that much forward to the next Thor movie. Mackenzie Lambert says, happy birthday, Andre. Have a drink on me. Oh, thank you. Oh, and is it just me, or does Undoomed sound like Trace Bolio, the voice of the crow from MST3K.
I can hear it a little bit, but
I can see that. And then Mackenzie Lambert has a question for Racer. Have you read the graphic novel miniseries for Fritz Lang's M from Arcane/Eclipse Books?
No, I haven't. I really don't like that movie very much. I've never cared for that movie. Me and Taryn Gell while away the long hours talking about how overrated that film is. I don't know what it is. I like Fritz Lang. I like a lot of his noir stuff, but that movie, like, I think he did Scarlet Street too. Like after that, he did other good noir. I just don't think M is all it's cracked up to be. So no, I wouldn't have sought out the graphic novel, so I've never read it.
Yeah. And then Servant of God 777 says, Racer, can you address the Babylon 5 versus Deep Space Nine nonsense for good? Because it confuses me still. Also, happy birthday, Andre. Thank you.
Yeah. So in order to believe that DS9 is ripped off from Babylon 5 or from a pitch of Babylon 5, you kind of have to believe in time travel. Basically what happened was J. Michael Straczynski had pitched Babylon 5, his treatment for Babylon 5, to several networks. He never actually, contrary to popular belief, he never pitched it to CBS or Paramount. That is the allegation for many people. It's not true. Straczynski never claimed that. He claimed that he had pitched it to Fox, I believe. And CBS and Paramount were undergoing building renovations at the time. So they were at that time sharing a building with Fox. So his allegation was that Fox got the pitch for Babylon 5. This is in the late 80s, mind you, mid to late 80s. So 86, 87, whenever. And then Fox, despite the fact that they passed on it, somehow handed this over to CBS, a rival company that they just happened to be sharing a building with. And this somehow made its way into the hands of the Star Trek people. And they decided, hey, that thing that those people over there didn't see enough value in to pass on and went ahead and passed on, we're going to go ahead and make that. I guess there are obviously similarities. There's even a character named Ducat in one. Or, in one of the early treatments of Babylon 5 or whatever. Totally different character, though, but the same name. And also spelled differently. It's worth mentioning.
Yep. I think there was also mention of Breen, but Breen's a food in Babylon 5.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird. But so there's a couple of crossovers, and it's worth mentioning, too. The Breen don't show up until season 6 or 7 or whatever of DS9.
Yeah.
So it's sort of weird, but... basically, if you know anything about how DS9 was born, it was first pitched by Brandon Tartikoff. Brandon Tartikoff is an executive guy. May he rest in peace. He died in the 90s, I think. And he had been working over at NBC for a long. He was really involved in Miami Vice, I know. He was big on that. And he wound up jumping ship. He accepted a promotion, basically, to become the head of CBS. And his first order of business, this is in 1992 now, was to pitch DS9. And he said, we need a new Star Trek series. And his idea was, we need it in a space station. If this thing over here, if Star Trek The Next Generation is wagon train to the stars, then this is going to be Gunsmoke. We're going to stay in one place, and we're going to follow the continuing adventures of a settlement in space. And in further explanation of how it wasn't ripped off, basically, the original pitches, and I actually have some of the earliest concept art if anyone wants proof of this, but they didn't originally even want it to be a full-blown space station. They started out, okay, maybe it's going to be a settlement on a planet. And then they went to, okay, it's going to be a colony on a planet, but it's like floating in the air a little bit, kind of like Cloud City. It's actually more of a ripoff of Cloud City from Star Wars a little bit more. And they went through multiple iterations. At one point, it was a space station that was inside an asteroid. And then they happened upon, okay, it's a space station. And at that time, in 321 Contact magazine, in like all the scientific publications, National Geographic, the big thing was space stations revolve in order to generate their own gravity. So this is not a a phenomenon particular to Babylon 5. But they originally had that as the idea. Okay, it'll spin and generate its own gravity. Not an original concept. Then, of course, it wound up becoming what it became. It didn't look... The original sketches look nothing like Babylon 5. So basically, you have to believe, in order to believe that Babylon 5 was stolen and they stole the Bible, you have to believe that Brandon Tartikoff, who didn't work for Fox or CBS in the 80s when it was pitched, somehow telepathically heard about the pitch while he was working for the direct rival of CBS, NBC, and working on it in Miami Vice. And he just filed that away in his brain. I'll steal that idea. Mind you, there's no indication Brandon Tartikoff ever stole an idea his entire career. He was widely respected in the industry. Very, very respected guy. And then he went over to CBS and decided to pitch this story that he wasn't in the company to have heard. And oh, hey, by the way, neither were the Star Trek people, because it wasn't pitched to CBS. It was pitched to Fox. So Straczynski's full of shit. He's just full of shit. And by the way, Straczynski, it wouldn't be the first time he was full of shit. He's lied about a lot of things over the years. Go look at his Twitter feed, for Christ's sake. So, I'm not. I formally call bullshit. And in fact, not only is it not ripped off from Babylon 5, but there's several interviews with the tech people from the people who worked in like special effects or whatnot. If I could find the exact quote, well, I won't bother right now, but one of the guys was talking about how I guess they had made a ship later on in the seasons in Babylon 5 or something so that they could go different places. And the guy was being asked by FX magazine, like, what was your idea behind this ship? And he was like, oh, I guess we were kind of ripping off the Defiant from DS9.
I mean, aside from the X-Wings and the A-Wings, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, the guys at Babylon 5 kind of admitted that they ripped off a couple of things from DS9, which is it's just no. And here's the other thing, and I think Arshan Gaya, who also does a Star Trek show, he kind of pointed this out, and I tend to err on his side. I apologize for rambling, by the way, Andre, but he pointed out that okay, fucking DS9 ended in 1999, and in this entire time, nobody who worked on the show, none of the actors, none of the writers, nobody has admitted that they stole Babylon 5, right? Nobody. You unpacking a condom over there, Undoomed?
Right.
Like 20 plus years and nobody's admitted it. That's an awfully hardcore secret, especially given you guys have covered extensively all the travails of PBS and CBS and Paramount did I say PBS? CBS and Paramount, and how like they went almost bankrupt for a while. A lot of people didn't get paid. A lot of people got fired. So people who worked on Star Trek DS9 would have had incentive to talk shit about the company if they had done something like this. But
for sure.
So I just don't buy it. I don't. After 20 plus years, I think it's a fanboy narrative. I think, frankly, Babylon 5 fanboys kind of latch onto it because they sort of need it, because it makes Babylon 5 distinct. Oh, it's the show that they ripped off. No, I don't think so. I think you're full of shit.
And it's a very different story and direction than anything Star Trek related at all. Like it's its own. I mean,
whatever. And that's the other thing. Babylon 5 is great. You don't need that to have Babylon 5 be its own distinct thing. Like, what the fuck?
No, they have this great, like, political assassination, subterfuge, manipulation, border issues, like lots of great stuff that works really well.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I see it as the same basic thing with the Raid and Dread, the 2012 movie, taking it back to that. Where since the Raid was released first, many thought that Dread was a rip-off of it, because it was released a few months later. But if you look at the development history, there's actually reason to suspect that the Raid might have been a rip-off of Dread, because the script for Dread leaked before the Raid was even conceived. So, yeah.
White hot takes over here from the birthday boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the Raid was a year before Dread, but the script for Dread was like 3 years before the Raid.
Yes, exactly. Speaking of birthday boy, we have a few more birthday greetings and super chats to go through. Fat Steven Seagal, looking an awful lot like me in his icon, says, "Happy birthday, my fellow Twinsy."
And the Wake Down says, just stopping by to wish Andre a happy birthday. Oh, thank you. D. Oberg sends a cake super sticker. Thanks so much. Planar Aspect says, too many of my favorite shows have died because of being pirated instead of watched through official means. And Servant of God 777 says, geo restrictions are anti-profits. Flat out. Indeed. Valiant Renegade says, finally home and get to listen. Still going. What troopers. Happy birthday once again to my favorite Viking. Oh, so nice. Thank you. And Wes Moody Webcast says, Cameron rules. Hail Cameron. He does indeed. And Hillis Mallory says, super chat to wish Andre happy birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser says, happy birthday, Andre. Hail to Racer Fist. God fucking speed.
Godspeed.
And Red Rooster says, happy birthday, Andre. Undoomed. Your voice reminds me very much of Stan Lee.
Well, I'm really...
I don't quite hear that myself. But
no, I can't hear that myself either.
Give us a quick Excelsior.
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna.
By the way, if you haven't, in the wake of, I mean, it'll always be the wake of Stan Lee's passing. If you haven't seen his rant on prequels, it's it's poetry. It's beautiful. I miss that man.
You ever seen his rant on the F word?
Yeah. Yes. God, he was great, dude. He was great.
Fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
I just wish.
Yeah. No, carry on.
No, I hope you're looking at your car when you're doing this.
My car?
Yes.
I'm not sure where we're going with that.
Of course, if Jesus Christ, your car is going to be fucking torn down.
What?
What? Okay.
I mean, look, what's the subject?
Yeah, I like a drink as much as the next guy, unless the next guy is undoomed.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm just shitting with you.
Well, moving on from there, we have just a small little handful more of super chats. Sean McD says, "What's with China? They steal every IP we have, and it's still a communist country ruled by a political elite. Happy birthday." Yeah, that's with China, and
that's the irony. That's the great irony of them is theoretically they don't allow property, but they what they do is they steal our IPs quite a bit, and yet they are much more vicious in enforcing IP protection for their own companies and shit. So it's like they steal our stuff and then protect it better than we do.
I think that's the best thing ever.
You ever see Top Gear when they went to China? They had all the Chinese cars. And he said, "This
is where we have to draw the line."
Yeah. Well, they were going. This is like if someone described a Mini Cooper over the phone that never saw one. That's how bad it was.
Right.
Or like the Chinese knockoff video game consoles that are like they play PS2 and Xbox games, but they don't do either very well at all. They like explode if you turn them on.
Yeah, nice going with that. Yeah, like most cloned consoles aren't worth much. Some are, but most aren't. But that's a different matter entirely. But on that note, Rod Thunderheart says, "Happy birthday, my friend. Have a drink on me. Have you played Final Fantasy VII or the remake? Do it if you haven't. As far as I'm aware, that's not on the Sega Mega Drive, so I have not played Final Fantasy VII.
You're missing nothing unless you want to watch a lot of people cry in the rain.
Like koalas.
Yeah, we'll be,
rain.
we'll be having those momentarily. First, Kauftron says, Razor Fist, only asking how you end up here. Midnight's Edge is incredible. You're incredible. Just, you seem kind of a rebel, LOL.
These motherfuckers aren't rebels. Fucking all of Hollywood has that. Like they literally have Andre's face on like a dartboard somewhere. Up in Paramount. You know they do.
You don't have. You have
probably
no
at
idea how
Viacom
right
CBS.
you are.
Right.
If you were in Hollywood right now, you'd be fucked.
Well, they certainly have the Midnight's Edge logo on dartboards in secret hideout and Lucasfilm offices. I can tell you that.
Yes.
Being a rebel about in 2021 is about a lot more than leather jackets. Case in point, fucking Miley Cyrus owns a leather jacket. Moving on.
Yeah. Fuck that girl.
Yeah.
By the way, you're co-opting my culture. This is appropriation. All the pop princesses have bullet
right,
belts
fuck
and
you.
fucking leather jackets
Fuck
now.
you. Fuck off.
You know, it got me curious. I'm watching Chinese car crash tests now.
Why? Oh, amazing.
They're not dressed up like
Hey, I am doing
That's got to
important.
be racist in some way. Let's find out how racist that is.
I'm doing
I
important.
don't know what
consumer
one car
research,
crash
okay?
looks the same to me. I don't.
No, I mean, it's got to be racist. So let's find out how racist it is.
What?
I'm just thinking of that Simpsons episode where they do the crash test dummies and the dummies just start crawling out of the car and it's like,
Right.
there's people in
I'm
there.
saying it's got to be racist, right?
Oh, it's all of those things.
Doing a pun on like the
everyone
speed
who
and crashing
claims
into
that they,
It has to be racist.
everything that is
so every breath I
anti-racist
take
is
is
the most racist thing you can imagine. That's basically how it is. Before we get into that, Sean McD says, happy birthday again, and I'm happy to have you on this platform. Thank you. And the Grizzly says, happy birthday. And with that, we are caught up.
Awesome sauce.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
that is amazing. And I want to thank everybody who's been here tonight, including everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Andre, I want to say happy birthday to you. I know I kind of sprung this on you, and I'm glad you didn't have any other plans that I spoiled. So,
Yeah, no, of course, I take the time for this. And thank you for organizing it. Thank you for being my friend, the most loyal employee and partner anyone could have. Same goes for you, Rob. I'm so glad to have the two of you here. Couldn't do this without you.
Rab, there was another guy before.
Yeah,
me?
no,
we got rid of him though.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, see, so Rob, you're the new rap, and you're the rap that's going to stay. So, and also thank you to everyone in the community that came to watch the stream. It's awesome that you all came here to say congratulations and send your blessings. Really appreciate that. Thanks to everyone that came to join us for the stream, and for the bitter enders that are still here, Undoomed, Script Doctor, and Razor Fist. Thank you so much for that. And the Grizzly also says happy birthday, so thanks for that. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here.
Did you double check you didn't miss any at the end?
I'll do a double check.
Yeah,
I'm
just
pretty
to
sure I didn't
be
miss anything.
safe.
Yeah. No, we are still
Okay,
fully caught up. And Razor Fist and Undoomed, we have to have you both on at the day show. And Razor Fist, we have some Solomon Kane to work on.
We do. We need to get a Solomon Kane video cranked out. And if you guys ever want to play a little of that Solomon Kane game with me or whatever, I don't know if you're into role playing. I don't know how you would do it remotely, but we could figure it out.
Yeah,
sure. We'll find a way. We'll find a way to do it.
Yeah.
All right. We'll find a way.
We'll find a way, and it'll be awesome.
Hey, Undoomed, thanks for showing up. Quick, somebody tell him.
We love you all, guys, and I want everybody to take care of yourselves and each other. And why don't we go out on our new intro, or at least it's for now our temp intro for those who haven't seen
it's a temp intro. I haven't cleared its usage with the designers, but I thank them for making it.
made by Thomas Stalvik and his brother, like the two great Norwegian artists, and they'll be duly credited once when we have like the final version ready to go.
But we got one more super chat from Somos US, who says, I'd be ungrateful not to send you a drink after all you've done. And then you're going to have to say the rest there.
Yeah, and then he says, gratulerer med dagen, André, which again means happy birthday, Andre. So thanks for that.
And for those who haven't seen it, here is our new logo intro to take us out. Thanks so much, guys, and happy birthday, Andre. Or Rob, did you want to say anything? I didn't give you a chance to say anything.
Nose nuggets.
Okay, I figured that's
whoa. Okay.
Okay, here's the new intro, guys. Take care, everybody. Peace.